What's up, Mets fans, and welcome back to Talking Mets and Raw. How is everybody doing today on this Tuesday night, day after the 4th of July? Hopefully everybody had a good 4th of July weekend, and also everybody stayed safe, ate well, and drank as much as possible can. Get through a couple of big games during the weekend. Welcome back again, guys. Talking Mets and Raw. If you're new to the channel, say what's up in the chat. You will get a shout out. It's time. Can't hear me. Oh, that's all. Hold on. Technical difficulties. 1 second, guys. Can you guys hear me now? One second. All right, you guys can hear me now? Just want to make sure we're good. Sorry about that. We're good now? All right, perfect. All right, guys, so welcome back to Talking Mets at Rob. If you're new to the channel, say what's up in the chat so we can I can shout you out on the channel. And welcome to Mad Max Tuesday. He is back, ready to go, and I'm officially excited to have an ace of the staff once again. Somebody who can actually dominate a start. When you come see him every fifth day, when you got that ace every fifth day, you expect to win. You expect that ace to stop a losing streak. Now that we won yesterday, today is the day that we can take another series and keep on going forward for the Mets, Max Scherzer, and in a couple of weeks, if everything goes well, we will have the best pitcher in baseball in Jacob deGrom. Having Mad Max healthy and Jacob deGrom healthy in the same rotation is just a dream come true that we thought we were getting in spring training when they both pitched that same game in spring training before we heard about Jacob deGrom's injury with the scapula. Good news is he got through his first inning and 2/3, and he should be pitching again in a couple of days. And that's exactly what we want to hear. We want to keep on hearing progress, no injuries, no step back from this guy. We want everything to go forward with Jacob deGrom. But today is the day where this team is getting healthy. Scherzer's back on the mound. Everybody expects him, even if he pitches 5 innings, he's going to dominate because when he's healthy, Scherzer always finds a way to keep the Mets in a ball game, and most of the time he will dominate a performance. And against a Reds team that is not that good, he should dominate for as long as he will pitch. Now, once again, we don't. I put up in the poll: is he going to pitch 3 innings, 4 innings, 5 innings, or I think it was 4 innings, 5 innings, 6 innings, 7+. Now, I don't think it depends on what inning. It was harder to do a pitch count, but I think he's going to go between 80 and 85 pitches. I don't think they're going to go much further than that, and I don't think they should. So if he has a couple of quick innings, he can go 6. He can possibly go 7, depending on where his pitch count is. I don't think he's going to go past 85 pitches, and they might even be a little bit more cautious and go 80 pitches. So even if we get 5 innings out of Scherzer, it's 5 innings that we didn't have to deal with another Trevor Williams start. You know, let's be honest with Trevor Williams. For as much as we kill Trevor Williams and don't want to see him on the mound starting in this rotation every 5th day, he held his own during that West Coast trip. And even before that and a little bit after that. Yeah, he had his hiccups every now and then, but he had good performances stepping in for the guys that were lost in this rotation. So now we have Trevor Williams as a long man in the bullpen, and I think that's the best scenario for us. It gives us another arm in the bullpen, and I trust Trevor Williams in the bullpen a lot more than I do as a starter. So I'm ready for Scherzer to dominate today. I'm expecting him to go 5 innings. I don't think they're going to push him more than 80 to 85 pitches. So that's where we are right now. Now, when it comes to the offense, if you notice lately how much easier it's to have been scoring runs, you know why? Because the team has been hitting home runs. Oh my God. The Mets are hitting home runs. It's a lot easier to score some runs when you're hitting home runs. It's a hell of a lot easier to score 3 runs in one swing of the bat than it is the 4 and 5 swings of the bat. And let's be honest, we're not hitting the ball all over the place, even against bad teams. We're still struggling to bunch a couple of hits together, but guess what we're doing? We're hitting home runs a little bit more, which makes it a lot easier to score those runs. So it's nice to see that the Mets are showing some power and showing a pulse at the plate when it comes to power. You saw Nimmo hit that. You saw Escobar. You saw Marte. You've been seeing a lot of power from different guys. And I appreciate that the power is finally starting to show a little bit, because it's a lot easier to win ball games when you get that 2 or 3 run home run where you don't have to bunch 4 or 5 hits together just to get 3 runs in a ball game. You know, when Nimmo hit that when Nimmo hit that home run, I'm like, oh, look at that, beautiful. So it's nice to see that we're hitting for some power now. It makes it a lot easier to score runs. Let's see if the Mets can continue that, including their on-base prowess that they had the whole year, and then hitting home runs. Man, it just seems everything. The game is just a lot easier. You know, yes, I know Drury hit the 3-run home run to tie the game against Walker, but you know that could have been if that 3-run home run didn't happen for the Mets. Well, guess what? We would have a hard time coming back in this ball game. But the Mets beat up on a team that we're supposed to beat up on. 7 runs yesterday. I expect runs today. You know, the guy that's pitching, I think is Nick Loloto, I think his name is, for the Reds. He's coming back from injury. So the Mets need to take advantage of that as well. So it's a lot we can talk about here today. We've got about a half hour until game time. So before we get started with saying what's up to everybody in the chat, please don't forget to hit on that like button. It's going to be across the screen for most of the pregame guys. So please hit on that like button. People are being stingy with that like button. It's kind of funny, actually. You know, I'm getting 150 to 200 views during a live stream, and only getting 100 likes, occasionally 150. So please don't forget to hit on that like button, even if you're in for a couple of minutes and you can't stay long. Just hit on that like button. Let's get that like up to more people. Come on, guys. It's Max Scherzer return on the mound with the Mets jersey. No more Rumble Ponies jersey. It is a Mets jersey. Scherzer is back on the mound, guys. So come on, let's cheer on our Mets. Cheer on Scherzer. We got Mad Max on the mound, back, healthy, exactly where we want him. And you know what's even better? You know, not saying that we wanted him injured, but he didn't pitch for a month and a half. What that helps me to believe is that that's a month and a half that he didn't have wear and tear on his arm. So we get about around 20 starts or so for the rest of the year. It takes a load off his arm, and that's exactly what I want us to do. What I want him to do, because it gives us a chance for him to not go overboard. And, you know, he always gives 110% effort in every pitch, in every inning, in every game. And I want him to be healthy going throughout the rest of the year, because we're at the halfway point now. Today is the 81st game of the season. We are at the halfway point of the season. After today, we got 81 more games to go, and we are ready to finish off the second half strong. 20 games over 500 right now. As I don't know if you guys follow me on Twitter, but on Twitter, I put this. We got 81 more games to go. At the time, it was 82. If the Mets go 500, they have 91 wins. All they have to do is go 500. They already got 91 wins. If the Mets go 5 games over 500, they got 96 wins. So the Mets in the first half of the year, the first half of games are 20 games over 500. They don't even have to be that good to get 100 wins. They can get 10 games over 500, and they have 100 wins, which I think is going to be more than enough to win the NL East. And that's the best part about the Mets being 20 games over 500 halfway through the season, because they can be 5, 6, 7 games over 500 for the rest of the year and win 96, 97 games. And I think that is going to be enough to win the NL East and stop the Braves from ever catching us in the NL East, because I don't think the Braves are going to catch us. I think the Mets are getting healthier, and I think the Mets get healthier. They are better overall as a team than the Atlanta Braves. All right, so let's get started with the lineups that I'm going to put at the bottom of the screen right now with the pitching matchup as always. So it's already on the screen right now. I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to go over the pitching matchup and the lineup for today's game. All right, just give me a second, guys. Sorry. A little technical difficulties here. For some reason, everything is slow today. All right, there we go. All right, guys, so the two pitchers on the mound is obviously Max Scherzer back on the mound after about 7.5 weeks on the IL stint, and Nick Lodolo, who is also coming back from injury, his first start after injury. He had over a 5.5 ERA before he got injured, and he is a lefty. We know the Mets have been struggling against lefties no matter who they are, but let's see if they take advantage of a young starter who's coming off of injury. So the Mets need to, pounce on him early like they did yesterday. So with that said, guys, the Mets lineup for tonight is Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field. Starlin Marte, right field, batting second. Francisco Lindor, shortstop, batting third. Pete Alonso playing first base, cleaning up. Mark Canha is protecting Pete Alonso today at left field, batting fifth. Eduardo Escobar batting sixth, playing third base. Jeff McNeil batting seventh, playing second base. J.D. Davis getting the start at DH, batting eighth. And James McCann batting ninth and catching. There's a few things I don't really happy with this lineup, the way it's situated, and I'll tell you why in a second, even though I kind of understand it, but I'll tell you right after I tell you the lineup for the Cincinnati Reds. Jonathan India leading off, playing second base. Brandon Drury, third base, playing batting second. Tommy Pham batting third, playing left field. Tyler Naquin cleaning up, playing right field. Donovan Solano, DH and batting fifth. Mike Moustakas, first base, batting sixth. Nick Senzel, center field, batting seventh. Matt Reynolds, shortstop, batting eighth. And Michael Papierski catching, batting ninth. So that is your lineup against Max Scherzer for the Cincinnati Reds, and the Mets lineup against Nick Lodolo. Both guys first time pitching after their IL stint. So two guys coming off the IL pitching tonight in Great American Ballpark. So a couple of things I don't like about the lineup. I don't like Jeff McNeil batting seventh. I think he should be moved up a little bit. I know Canha's starting to get a little hot, and Escobar has been hitting, so you want to move those guys up. I don't like Jeff McNeil in the seventh spot. I feel like he's in no man's land in that situation. But you know what? It's a deeper lineup from 1 through 7. I would like to see Dominic Smith get another start after he's been performing well the last week or so. But I understand why J.D. Davis is in. You don't want to keep him on the bench for too many games. It is a lefty on the mound, so J.D. Davis gets his start against a lefty. And tomorrow, Dominic Smith will probably be in the lineup again. But J.D. Davis is batting eighth. And, of course, James McCann, who Max Scherzer and James McCann has had a good communication, a good, catching, pitching mindset. They've been good together. So I think why not put James McCann with Scherzer, who was catching him before he went on the IL stint. So you might as well keep that the way it is, even though McCann is probably not going to do anything offensively. I think him and Scherzer has a good communication together. I think it's going to work out well. That's why McCann is in the lineup today. So with that being said, let's see what's everybody's in the chat. We got 55 live viewers right now. Please say what's up in the chat if you want to get a shout out, and don't forget to please hit on that like button, guys. So here we go, guys. Giving shout outs to everybody. We got Anthony, we got Steven, James, Robert, Joe, Ryan, Sean, a member of Talking Mets and Rob, Machete, Joe, Ken, Ryan, Sean, a member of Talking Mets and Rob, Ethan, RM, Anthony, James. Who else we got here? We also have another James. Let's see. We got Bobby, a member of Talking Mets and Rob. Let's see. Hayden, what's up, buddy? Hayden, I'm going to get in touch with you. I don't know what time the game tomorrow is. I forgot. Let's see. I might do a live stream tomorrow, and Hayden, if you can. Oh, the game's at 6:40. So if you want to do, Hayden, if you're available tomorrow night, you can we can do a collab together if you want. Just let me know. Just send me a text, and you can let me know if you're available for the 6:40 start tomorrow. Ethan,
Ryan, Victor, and Christian, a member of Talking Mets and Rob. How is everybody doing? So that's everybody in the chat that got a shout out. And Tomas, how you doing? And Eddie, how you doing? And Marcus, there we go. We got more people popping up. There we go, guys. So thank you guys for tuning in. Please hit on that like button so we can get the stream out to more people before the start of the game at 6:40. Let's see. This time I'm going to start from the bottom right now with the. All right, Hayden, cool. So just hit me up, and I'll let you know. Probably a 6 o'clock pregame. If you want to pop on during that time, that's good. Yeah, Hebrew, I know, buddy. Robert Olson, how you doing? All right, so we'll start over here. Ryan, did you see Mets promoted Alvarez to AAA? Yes, and he went 1 for 3 in his first game with an RBI. Again, I think the Mets are going to give him about 10 games. If he performs well, I wouldn't be surprised if you see him up. Okay, what else we got? Oh, I froze. Come on. There we go. All right, let's see. Tomas, what's up? Mad Max is by. He's going to finish where he left off. I agree. Marky said, let's go Mets. Let's keep this dub, Rob, and smash that like button. I agree. The weather is looking good now. I just checked the weather app. It was raining earlier. I know Escobar put a video on Twitter that it was raining really hard, but that was a few hours ago. He just posted it about 40 minutes ago, but that was a few hours ago when the downpour happened. It's not raining from this moment that I checked right before I went live, and it's not supposed to rain until like 10 o'clock in Cincinnati, so we should be good to get the game in. Yeah, Christian, exactly. On and off rain, it should be good to get the game in. Mets talk with Hayden. Only issue with the Mets playing 500 ball is what the Braves and Phillies do. Well, yeah, that's true. But again, as it's been like a week and a half now, almost 2 weeks, where the Mets have, basically hovered around that 3.5 game mark. It got down to 2.5, went back to 3.5. So almost 2 weeks now, it's been around 3.5 games. So as good as the Braves have been, the Mets have been staggering around that 3.5 game lead. So, we're still playing 500 ball, but I think we're going to be a little bit over 500 ball. And they got a 4-game series against the Cardinals. I don't think they're going to, do a lot. Let's see. Give me a second, guys. All right, guys. So there's an update on the game. The game's going to be delayed to start. The Reds plan on updating the situation at 6:45. So hopefully it's not a long rain delay since I got to go to work. So that kind of sucks. So, of course, it's going to be a little bit of a long game. If it starts later than 7:30, I might have to end the stream, guys. That's unfortunate. Unless Hayden wants to do the honors and hold up the channel while I go to work. So, unfortunately, we're not going to start on time. That sucks. But what can we do? All right, let's see what else we got here. Ken, I agree. Well, Ethan, if Scherzer doesn't do well, he'll be pitching in 5 days. That's basically what it is. I mean, if he has a bad outing, you can go through this situation where, well, he hasn't pitched in a month and a half. He hasn't really seen Major League pitching in almost a month and a half. Is it possible that he can get lit up? Yeah, I mean, he hasn't pitched in a month and a half. So what can he do? You just bring him out there in the 5th day. He'll be even more pissed and probably dominate the next game. So that's really all you can do. Well, James, I don't think this team is going to be relying on the long ball, but it's nice to see a little bit of power from this team because let's be honest, over the last 4 games, this team basically won their games based on home runs. If they didn't hit any home runs, they might have scored 1 or 2 runs in those games, and they might have lost them. So, as much as I don't like to rely on the long ball, this team is not going to rely on the long ball because they got one guy who is prone to be hitting home runs, and that's Pete Alonso. Other than that, it's an abnormality to see a Mets team hit a lot of home runs. Just they have been hitting them in bulks the last couple of games, and it's been giving us wins. But it's nice to see a balance. You see what happens when there's a balance. If this team was hitting on all cylinders like they were in April and May and hitting home runs, this team would be extremely hard to beat. Bobby, I agree. It's good to have Max back. It's good to have an ace back. You know, how many more times do we have to see Bassett, who is basically a number 2, on his good day, on his best day, and number 3 on a regular day, and then Walker and Carrasco. So it's nice to have an ace that we can finally fall back on. Yeah, Drew Smith, even though, he did get out of that inning, he hit, every ball was hit hard. So that's not good. Steven, yeah, that's the plan with Joey Lucchesi. August, September. Again, they're not going to rush him, but man, it would be nice to put Lucchesi in the back of that bullpen somewhere because I don't think he's going to get a start. So that'd be nice to have that lefty who might be a potential long man or a guy that you might need in a big spot when it comes to a bullpen spot. RM, I agree, and I think Scherzer gives that fear factor to other teams. I mean, he scares the hell out of me, Scherzer. He's a nice guy, but I know I froze, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know. It's with this crazy weather in New York, man. It's like really, really hot, and then it's cooled off. It's supposed to get thunderstorms in here in New York, so I don't know what the hell is going on. But once again, guys, if this game doesn't start by at least 7:30, I'm probably going to have to leave on the stream with the sound on without me present because of work. So I just wanted to let you guys know that, all right? Even though we did it during the Angels game, during a West Coast trip where I made you guys run the stream in the chat, and I just provided the sound of the game and game day. So we will do that when the game starts. If it starts close to 7:30, I might have to just go and get ready for work and then, go from there. But I think you guys can hold it down if I have to leave. Ethan, I agree. 6 innings, I think, is the point of where I think he can go. He can easily throw 80 pitches in 6 innings. All right, so everybody was talking about hearing earlier. So I started at the bottom. I just wanted to make sure I get there. Let's see. James's prediction is 8-2. Yeah, I could see that. I like that score, 8-2. I like that. Yes, Hammer, yes. I agree with that. I think, Jeff McNeil is one of the guys in the lineup that gets moved around so much. But, it hasn't been affecting him average-wise. It has to affect you a little bit, but I think he'd rather be playing than not playing. So, moving him around and always putting him in left field, second base, left field, second base. It is what it is. We can't really do anything about it, but, that's what Showalter's done. I think he thinks that McNeil can handle it, I guess. Danny, I guarantee you there'll be a camera on him almost the whole game. Yeah, exactly, Christian. The Braves are 10-7, only 3 games over 500. They haven't been great. They have been good, but not great ever since their winning streak. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, the Braves are 3.5 games behind us. Say if the Mets go 5 games over 500 and the Braves go 5 games over 500 the rest of the way, the Mets are going to maintain their lead. Maybe it'll fluctuate based on losing streaks and winning streaks, but again, it's been 3.5 games for a while now, and the Braves still have the close they got is 2.5. So again, as long as the Mets take care of business, it doesn't matter what the Braves do. My all-star lineup, I haven't really looked at it honestly. I've been voting like crazy for our Mets because it's ridiculous that I know Paul Goldschmidt is having an MVP type of season, but Pete Alonso should be getting more votes. Like, seriously. Hammer, that would be nice to score some runs, more than one. Yeah, Shreve, he was good in April and then he just struggled ever since. That's unfortunate. But you know what? Now we only have one lefty in the bullpen, and that's Joely Rodriguez, who's been pretty good for the Mets this year. But you can't live with one lefty in the bullpen, especially when other teams have two, possibly three in their bullpen. It's better to have at least two. And until the Mets ain't gonna have, they're gonna have only one until. I mean, if Jacob deGrom comes back in like 3 weeks or so, they're projecting him to come back between the Padres and Yankee series, one of those two series, right after the All-Star break. So we'll see. And maybe David Peterson can go to that bullpen. Jorge, where do I watch the game? Well, I watch it on SNY. Well, Danny, I mean, there hasn't really been much news about like what type of trades the Mets. I mean, we know what the Mets need, and then you can look at what the Mets could possibly do. They can get another power bat. They probably need at least two arms, definitely a lefty, and another bullpen arm, which would help. So that's what I think the Mets will go after. All right. Yeah, Hammer. Well, just think of it this way: the Mets in the first half of 2015 were the worst offensive team in the league. They couldn't score runs. I mean, you had Eric Campbell, who were cleaning up, who was playing every day in this Mets lineup in the first half of 2015. And then after the Mets made that trade for Yoenis Cespedes, Kelly Johnson, Juan Uribe, then the offense took off. Because what did they provide? The offense that wasn't an all or nothing offense that was just not hitting for power because they couldn't score anything. As soon as they got Cespedes, it provided that spark and that power that they needed in that lineup to go with the rest of that offense that was struggling. And I think even though this Mets team for the last 2 weeks have been struggling offensively, this Mets team is much better than that 2015 team in the first half, much better. But they still need that power bat to balance out this lineup. So if you're just tuning in, guys, there is a little bit of weather that is coming in Cincinnati that is not going to have the game start on time. According to Twitter, the Reds are going to give an update at 6:45, 5 minutes after the game was supposed to start. If the game does not start by 7:30 or close to 7:30, I'm probably going to have to go away and get ready for work. But I will keep the stream up and the TV on and the sound of the game on, so you guys can listen to the game and you guys can control the chat and talk all you need to talk about the game and everything like that, just like you did during the Angels game when Christian, Grant, it was about 6 or 7 of the members that were holding it down during that stream, and you guys did a great job because I got over 7,000 views in that stream. So if I can't stay, I apologize, but for you guys, I will definitely keep the stream on, and you guys can control the stream with the chat. So just wanted to let you guys know the update on the game and my situation. Yes, and that was the other thing, Christian. It was the Mets defense that basically lost our World Series and a familiar quick pitch in the first game one. I don't think it matters what the Mets score. The Max has a set amount of pitches he's going to throw. I think it's going to be 80 to 85 because that's what he threw his last his last rehab start in Double-A. He threw around 85 pitches. So I think that's going to be his high mark. I don't think they're going to go above that, no matter if the Mets score or not. 85 pitches, he's probably out. I mean, I would, but again, I don't think the Mets need a pitcher a starting pitcher, honestly. Now, Martin Perez is having a great year for basically he just turned his career around this year with the Mets. I mean, with the Rangers, excuse me. I would do that, but again, like, do we really need a starter at this moment? No, since Scherzer's back. Maybe if you would have told me this a month ago, maybe I would have probably been more keen to doing that. But right now, I want to get Dom's value a little bit more up because I think we're going to get a big bat or a big arm in the bullpen for them. All right, guys. Grant, what's up, buddy? Nope, Grant, I know you're never late, buddy, but the game's going to be a little bit delayed. That's what they said on Twitter. We're waiting at, according to Anthony DiComo, at 6:45, the Reds are going to give an update on, I guess, either the game's going to get postponed or the game is going to be really delayed. I was just saying, Grant, earlier that unfortunately I do got to go to work a lot earlier than usual. So if the game starts around after 7, between 7 and 7:30, I probably will have to leave the stream, but I'll keep the stream on just like I did during the Angels game without me present. And you guys can control the stream and, keep up the chat and everything like that while the game's going on. So I think that would be cool. It happened once. Everybody seemed to be cool with it and had fun with it and got over 7,000 views in that stream. So that was pretty cool. So hopefully it starts soon so I can tell my boss to wait a few hours. But if the game doesn't start on time, it's kind of hard to me to say, hey, I'm watching a game or I'm doing a live stream during the game. He's going to be like, get your ass in. So so at the very least, I will have the stream on throughout the game with the TV call. So you guys will be good for the game and you guys will have fun during the chat. Danny, SNY needs to hire me? Hey, I'll take it. Why not? Another check wouldn't hurt. So I'm just checking Twitter really quick to see if you got any updates. Let's see. Just checking something really quick. All right, let's give me 1 second, guys. All right, so we got about 10 minutes until the update from the Reds. Once again, guys, the game is not starting at 6:40 because of the rain. I'm not sure if this game is going to get postponed or it's going to get delayed or whatever the case might be. But what I will do if I do have to leave the stream and the game didn't start yet, I'll put another game. I would put a radio call from another game that is important to us, which will probably be the Braves. I don't know what time they start. They start at 7:20. So if the Mets game don't start by 7:20, I will put the radio call of the Braves and game day up for the Braves until the Met game starts. I'll just do that stuff on my phone. So when the game does start, I can just change over to the TV call and the game day for the Mets. Quail, what's up, buddy? Long time no see. Yeah, well, the game technically, Raphael, is in rain delay right now because they're not technically starting at 6:40. Again, around like 9:30, the rain is really supposed to pick up in Ohio. So I'm not unless it's raining there now, which I don't see on the forecast that I'm just looking at right now. Let me just check. Cincinnati. So it's 6:30, right? 5:30. What time is it? So right now it's showing rain in Cincinnati, 50% chance. Then it goes to 64 at 8 o'clock. Then it settles down at 9, but it picks back up at 10. I don't know if they're gonna get the game in, guys. Honestly, I really don't know because at the moment it's saying that it's gonna start raining at 7 o'clock. Because right now the app says, I don't know if you guys can see it, but it says 86 and sunny. But obviously it's raining there already. So I don't know. I have on SNY right now with the volume off if they're showing anything. Let's see. Well, it's not raining there. They're showing a live view, and it's not raining. And the tarp is off, so they might start on time.
Showing of the first ever Steve Gelbs around the bases with Brandon Nimmo. Enjoy it.
All right, so they took the tarp off, so they might start a little bit later. But we'll definitely, of course, we can't even see Max Scherzer on the mound at the right time. But what can we do, right? All we can do is wait. Let's see. All right, guys, we got almost 50 likes already with the first 40 minutes of the stream. Obviously, my goal is to get 100 likes by the 5th inning. And then the goal always with a stream is 150 likes. So if you're tuning in and you just tuned in and did not hit that like button yet, please do. The game's going to be a little bit delayed. They just showed a live view of the Great American Ballpark, and the tarp is off the field. I don't know if the weather changed or they're going to start in about 20 minutes or so. I don't know. But the forecast is looking like it's going to start raining in about 7 o'clock. So I don't know what's going on there yet, but we'll find out. 91 live viewers right now. Let's get the stream out to more people, guys. So hit on that like button. Scherzer's return to the mound after a month and a half on the IL. Lord knows the Mets need an ace in this rotation to be a stopgap. The guy that we know every time he touches the ball, there's guaranteed to have there's a pretty good chance that we can win that ball game. Let's hope the Mets can do that and keep Max Scherzer healthy the rest of the year, because that's exactly what we need, is to keep our guys healthy in this rotation. Hopefully we get Chris Bassett back soon, which he was supposed to pitch on Thursday, but that's unlikely right now, unfortunately. But at least we know that we get Scherzer back, and hopefully he stays healthy and pitches well. So I'm just looking at let me just check Twitter again, guys. Why not? Never hurts. Twitter's our friend. Let's see. All right. Twitter. All right. Let's see what we got here. I don't know if you guys are on Twitter or follow Twitter or whatever you do on Twitter. If you are on Twitter, they have these talk spaces that a lot of Met fans do, like during post games of a game. You know, there's like a couple of hundred people in those talk spaces, which is pretty cool. I listened to one yesterday. It was pretty fun, actually. Like, you could just step in and talk and ask to speak. It was really good. It's something you hear other Met fans' perspective as well, which is cool. I'm just checking Twitter right now. Let's see if we get any updates on the game. Let's see. The Mets game will not start on time. Rain, possible thunderstorms are expected at the top of the hour, which is 7 o'clock. This is about a minute ago. The starting pitcher that would include Max Scherzer for the Mets, as you may have heard, have not yet gone through their warm-up. So that was a minute ago. So the pitchers haven't even gone through their warm-ups as of yet. So it's going to be a while, guys, probably. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, so that radar is not looking good over Cincinnati. Oh, boy. Not looking good at all. Well, there's a big, storm there, as you can see, right there. So, I don't know if it's going to miss the ballpark or what. We will see. But let's hope they start in about the next 20 minutes or so. That would be very happy about that. But we're here. We're waiting for a Max Scherzer start. Of course, Met fans can never get what they deserve. Excuse me. All right. So we got about 94 in stream right now. Just waiting for the game to start. The game is going to be delayed if you're just tuning in to the channel. If you're new to the channel, just subscribe to get into the stream. Say what's up in the chat. You will get a shout out here. Rocky, how you doing? So let's get the stream out to more people. I'm expecting around 150 to 200 for the entire game. That's going to come during the live stream. Let's hope that happens. And obviously the goal, 100 likes before the 5th inning's over and 150 likes throughout the stream. So let's get that done, guys. and it's all up to you to hit on that like button if you haven't as of yet. Cade, what's up, buddy? Rocky, how you doing? Lightning's a big issue there too. But what they're doing right now, they're setting up the baselines right now. They took the top off, so it's looking good. We're probably going to start sometime. Let me just turn it on and see what they say.
When he was 18 years old, the Mets drafted him out of no high school baseball.
DJ Brent, what's up?
Yeah, with the same, I think, optimistic outlook.
I'm just turning on the volume on SNY to see if they see it a start time. Just listen up, guys.
Has also come with some maturity, and I had a great time talking with him at spring training about his approach at home plate, about playing smarter, not harder, and just the things that he's continuing to do to try to make himself a valuable player, not only to this team, but to anybody that would be lucky enough to have him.
And of course, he will be a free agent at the end of this season, absent a new deal with the Mets. So that's certainly something that will continue to bear watching. Meanwhile, here in Cincinnati, they're watching the skies. Rain is on the way. Game will be delayed. When we come back from break, we're going to take you to amazing finishes.
All right, so they're going to amazing finishes on SNY. So that means it's going to be delayed for a little while now. They are putting the baselines on the field now, so that's a good sign. So I don't think the game's probably not going to be delayed too much right now, which is a good sign. And yes, it is raining in Atlanta as well. So it's a lot of rain in the southeast and the Midwest right now. So you got me until at least by 7:15. Once again, guys, I do got to go to work tonight. I was hoping this game started at 6:40 on time so I can bring you the majority of the game with me present. I was going to leave the stream until, like 2 hours in so I can go to work, but I would leave the live stream on for you guys and just, do it from my phone, the end of stream and, type a little bit if I can. But it's nice to at least be with you guys for the moment. And once again, guys, if the game doesn't start before 7:30, I am going to have to leave you guys to go to work. And I will leave the stream on and the sound of the game. And I'll also leave up game day as well, just like I did during the Angels game a couple of weeks ago. So you guys can enjoy the stream that way. And you guys can run the stream just with the chats. So that's what we'll do with when the game starts up. Texas? No, I did not. Sorry. Oh yeah, Joe, that 3-week run in 2019. I went to. I actually had a back injury or a neck injury, I should say, from work. So I didn't work for a couple of months because of my neck injury. And I went to a ton of Met games in 2019 because I was out of work, injured, and I was always at the Met game because that was when they had that monthly charge for standing room only tickets. And it was like, $30 a month, $40 a month, whatever it was. And I bought it, and I went to so many games in 2019. And as you know, it's, Citi Field, you can always find a seat. So I was always in the upper deck behind home plate anyway, so it didn't really matter. I was at so many games in 2019. That was a lot of fun, and that's what they're showing right now in I think it was 2019 with the national it is. They're showing amazing finishes 2019 for on SNY when Rajai Davis hit the 3-run homer. That was fun. I was at that game too. That was a lot of fun. Rafael, no problem, buddy. Yeah, Mets 21. It could take an hour. I don't know. Again, Geraldo, a member of Talking Mets. Rob, what's up? I am looking for the return of Mad Max 2. We just have to wait a little bit longer for the game to start. Again, they're doing the baselines now. What they said on Twitter about 10 minutes ago, that the pitchers didn't even start warming up yet. So, that's at least another 25 minutes. So I wouldn't be surprised in the next hour. So that's around close to 8 o'clock that the game will start. Unfortunately, if that's the case, I will have to leave you guys a little bit before the game starts, but I will leave on SNY or whenever they have on SNY. Right now, it's the amazing finishes on SNY 2019, which was a fun year for about 3 weeks when the Mets couldn't even lose a game. It was a lot of fun. But that is the update right now. There is no start time as of yet. It's definitely going to start at the 7 o'clock. I'm thinking more around 7:30, a little after that. And that sucks. Just watching amazing finishes right now. All right, so we've got 100 in the stream right now. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, the Mets Reds game is delayed right now because of rain. So thank you for tuning in to Talking Mets and Rob. Thank you for subscribing if you're a new subscriber. And also welcome to Mets PreGame Live because the game did not start yet, unfortunately. So we're here. We're ready to go. Stoney's back as a member. We love that. Stoney, welcome back. So it's good to it's always fun. Sometimes, you always want to have a Met game start on time, but it's also always fun to in rain delays where you can just talk about the Mets, talk about whatever, look at the chat, talk about whatever we want to talk about until the game starts. But it would be nice to have Max Scherzer start on time. Stoney, absolutely, buddy. I appreciate it. And, what sucks about the Max Scherzer just coming back right now in this game is that it's nice that he didn't start warming up and then, you have to worry about, him ramping up and then sitting down and then ramping back up during warm-ups. So at least we know he didn't warm up yet, which is good because you don't want him to hurt himself because that would suck. Yeah, Diaz had his moments in 2019, man. Oh, we talk about LA. We could talk about, oh, boy, Jesus. I don't even want to talk about that. We got the Diaz that we always were expecting now, and that's all I care about. So, once again, guys, the Mets Reds is in a rain delay. The top was off the field the last time they showed a live shot of Great American Ballpark. They were doing the lines on the field. That's a sign, I guess, of a good sign that it might not get postponed. But who knows when they're going to start. Once again, the pitchers haven't even warmed up yet. But that was about 15 minutes ago. We'll see if they are now. But I wouldn't be surprised if the game doesn't start. It'll probably start around 7:30, maybe a little bit after that. Todd, how you doing? James, how you doing? Yes. So once again, guys, just to update you on my situation, if the game starts closer to 7:30, I will have to get ready for work. So I won't be in the stream, but if you're with me from at the Angel series, when I let you guys control the stream in the chat and you listen to the game and have game day up throughout the stream, I will do that once again tonight. So you guys can stick around, have some fun in the chat and listen to the game and watch game day on the screen. So I just wanted to update you guys on that. Just check in Twitter once again to see if there's a start time. All right, guys. So Mike Puma, 6 seconds ago, first pitch, 7:30. So what is that telling me? That tells me that they don't really like me and don't care about my job. So, so what I would do, I'm going to stick around for Max Scherzer's first inning that he pitches in the bottom of the first, and then I'll have to get ready for work, and I'll leave you guys to control the stream. Hopefully that's okay. And I know you guys that always stick around will control the stream and do a great job like you did in the Angels game. So there we go, guys. Start time is 7:30. Let me put a little post-it up there so whoever tunes in can get get what's going on. Let me just do it real quick. Give me a second. All right. There we go, guys. I'm going to leave that up there for the people who just tuning in. Sweaty, whoop, they got a start time at 7:30. The thing that I worry about, checking the forecast, it says that there's going to be rain around 9 o'clock. So you got about an hour and a half to try to get through the game quickly so it can be an official game. Hopefully the Mets are ahead. Paul says, let's go rain. Well, Joey Lucchesi is not going to be available until August or September. So we got time for that. Just checking Twitter, see what we have. So I don't know if you guys saw about a couple hours ago, Escobar showed a video from the rain. I'm going to see if you guys can see it. There you go. So he was just showing the rain. It was coming out really hard. Robert, you know what? I'm fine with any of the power bats that we spoke about over the last couple of live streams. CJ Cron, Trey Mancini, Josh Bell, name another guy. Guys like that. I would be fine with any of them. But I hope the Mets give Alvarez a shot at least 2 weeks before the All-Star breaks. Before the trade deadline, so we can have that understanding. If Alvarez is hitting the ball all over the place in the majors, maybe we don't need a bat at the deadline, and we can focus on maybe a back end of the starter, maybe another starter just in case, and definitely a bullpen piece. So that would be nice. We can focus on those two things and not worry about a bat. But you can't wait too long to bring up Alvarez, because then you don't have enough time to really know if you're going to need a bat or not. And I'd rather have that opportunity of seeing Alvarez if he can do it before we make a trade. I'm watching the Nationals and Mets in 2019. I think that was a game where Frazier hit the 3-run bomb. I think. Oh no, this wasn't the game. This is when Pete Alonso tied it up, and then Rosario beat that ball out. Yep. First pitch, 7:30, guys. All right. Ruben, what's up, Ruben? A member of Talking Mets, Rob. Benintendi. The reason why I don't think Benintendi will work for us is because our outfield is pretty set. Who are you taking out of the outfield to play Benintendi? You're not going to take Khan out. You're not going to take Marte. You're not going to take Nimmo. So at that point, can you see Benintendi as a DH? I don't. Honestly, I don't, because he doesn't have enough power to be that DH bat that we need. So I just don't know if it makes sense for Benintendi, and it's going to cost you to get Benintendi. He's not making a lot of money. He's definitely not. I think he's on the contract for another year, so it's going to cost you probably a decent prospect, and possibly J.D. Davis or Dominic Smith. If I'm going to go that route with a prospect and Dominic Smith, I want a guy like C.J. Cron or Trey Mancini or a Josh Bell. I'm not going to do anything like that. So Benintendi, I don't think is an option, because he's not a good enough power hitter or a big power bat to put in the DH every day. Even though if we needed an outfielder, I would say go get Benintendi. But I think it's going to cost us a little bit too much when we can get better power bats, which this lineup needs. This lineup doesn't need another Benintendi. We have enough on-base guys. We have enough average guys. We need guys that can drive in runs and be a power bat. Let's see. What's going on in Twitter world? I like to check Twitter just to see what's going on, just to have a little bit of fun. All right, guys, we already got 67 likes in the stream right now. That's awesome. We had about 100 viewers at one point. You know, a lot of people left because the game didn't start yet, but we got 91 right now. So if you're just tuning in, please hit on that like button. 100 likes by the fifth inning, 150 and over during the live stream. So that's the goal today, guys. So once again, guys, on the screen right there, the game will start at 7:30. It's supposed to start at 6:40, but there was a rain that was raining in Cincinnati, and it's supposed to stop around 7:30. So they will get the game in. Is it gonna complete the game? I don't know, because the forecast shows that at 9 o'clock the rain's supposed to pick up again. Ella, how you doing? So at this point, hopefully the Mets are ahead when it becomes an official game. Volcano, what's up, buddy? So once again, guys, let me just update you on my situation. As most of you guys know, I do work overnight. Unfortunately, I do have to go to work sooner rather than later. The game starts at 7:30, but I'm going to stick with you guys until at least the first inning for Max Scherzer coming back, and then I would have to get ready for work and go to work, and I'll just run the stream from my phone, and you guys can control the stream from the chat. And you know, a lot of you guys did that. Grant, Ruben, Christian, all you guys held it down during that Angel game when I wasn't present, but you guys held it down throughout the game, and it seemed like a good time. So I'm gonna have to do that again. Rocky, I can't do that, unfortunately. I just had 3 days off from the holidays, so you know, my boss will probably, you know, throw me in the truck and send me to freaking you know, Mexico if I don't come to work tonight. But good news is the stream will be live. The stream will have the sounds of the game for SNY with Gary Cohen on the mic, on the play-by-play, and also game day as usual. You just won't have me present, unfortunately, but you know, who wants to see my face all day, all the time, you know? I mean, come on. You guys can get rid of me every now and then. The Braves are playing the Cardinals, and it's also raining in Atlantic as well. Eric, what's up, buddy? Let's go, Mets. We're 3.5 games up on the Braves right now. So first pitch for tonight's game, Mets versus Reds, 7:30, approximately 7:30, as they say. Listen up.
After which he suffered that oblique injury. So once again, 7:30, the anticipated start time. Mets and the Reds, but right now going to take me back to amazing finishes 2019.
All right. So it looks like the pitchers are warming up. 7:30, approximately 7:30 start time. Mexico does have a good baseball league. You know, I would just have to pick up Wi-Fi to get some live streams there, right? Just to update you guys on the games that I'll be attending. I have tickets for the game for the next homestand. I have to sell my tickets on Friday, but I am going to the Keith Hernandez retirement game. So what I'm going to do, as long as the stream, the Wi-Fi, or the connection is good at Citi Field, I'm going to bring you to the Keith Hernandez ceremony during the game. During the ceremony, I'm going to keep it live, go live during that ceremony, so whoever can watch the game on SNY can actually watch it from the stream. So hopefully that happens. Morgan, we do got to play the Braves head-to-head right before the All-Star break, similar to last year, right before the All-Star break. So, hey, let's go. You know what? It's time to get down to business right now. We got to beat up on it. We got to beat them. Just what we got to do. I am going to the Met game on Saturday. You know what? It might be David Wright next. Honestly, it might be David Wright next. I mean, is there other people you can think of? Can you think Ronnie Darlin? Maybe. But I think David Wright. I think David Wright's the next one. So yes, guys. Once again, I am going to the game on Saturday, which is Keith Hernandez's retirement of his number. I will bring you the ceremony live from Citi Field. Instead of doing 15 inning live, I will do the ceremony. I believe it's before the game, What time is that? I'm not sure, but I will keep you updated on that. So we'll definitely do that. Yeah, that might be interesting, Joe. Rondell in World 12. Well, that sucks for Lindor. Yeah, Gary Carter's a possibility. Strawberry and Gooden will never get retired because both of them screwed up their Mets careers because of drugs. We all know that. And both of them went to the Yankees and played well. So I wouldn't retire their numbers, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't think anybody wears 8. Lane, I'm not 100% sure on that. But if you see, if Scherzer pitches today, which is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Scherzer will pitch on Sunday for sure. Nolan Ryan, God no. The Mets the Mets got rid of him. Yeah, I mean, the next statue is probably going to be a Mike Piazza one, I think. And why not have the Mike Piazza statue when he's swinging the bat, when he hit that home run, the first game back from 9/11? I think that's the perfect swing that you can make a statue of with Piazza. That would be awesome. Yeah, great. You know what? And you know what? Nolan Ryan obviously was drafted by the Mets, but again, really, the Mets and Nolan Ryan, they got rid of him. Let's be honest. Nolan Ryan faced the Mets, at the point where we were getting better. So it's hard. I would say no with Nolan Ryan. Ed Kranepool, yeah, I would think so. I don't know if the Mets will do that, but David Wright for sure, Gary Carter for sure. Darlin is kind of 50-50, even though I would do it. Yeah, Nolan Ryan wasn't Nolan Ryan with the Mets. Until he went to the Astros, that's when he really made his mark. Bill, I remember talking Mets around. What's up, buddy? Yeah. So also, speaking of the mustache, the 7-Line Army is going to be there at the Keith Hernandez retirement day, and they're giving out mustaches to everybody that's at the tailgate. So maybe I'll go live during that too. That would be fun. The tailgates are always fun at with the 7-Line. Oh, they're showing the game where that place was rocking at Citi Field in 2019 when it was packed. When they gave out the Hawaiian shirts, the orange Hawaiian shirts in 2019. Let's listen up to that. That's pretty cool.
But then, in the bottom of the 8th, pinch hitter Luis Guillorme picked the perfect time for his first ever Major League home run.
Luis Guillorme with his first career home run. Yep, he ties the game in the 8th. This was the Frazier 3-run homer to tie the game against Doolittle.
The Mets weren't done, though, loading the bases on an error of a single and a walk. When J.D. Davis stepped up to the plate, looking to get a sold-out center field, something more than cheer about. Is there to make the catch. Here comes Paddock. The throw goes to second. The Mets have the lead. J.D. Davis, a sacrifice fly, is 4-3.
Yeah, Citi Field was rocking at that moment.
In the top of the 9th, it was Seth Lugo to the bat to close it out for the Amazing. It's over. Whistle Marco Mets run continues. The Mets have won 8 in a row, 15 of 16.
Citi Field looks great pass, man. All right. So that was a pretty cool game. I was at that one too. Oh no, Joe, no doubt about it. Nothing beats Shea Stadium. I tell you, I'll never forget. Now, again, I was born the year after '86. My dad told me stories about in the World Series how Shea Stadium was actually shaken during that time. My dad told me stories about that. I've watched the '86 playoffs. I got the DVD set. I watched numerous times. You could see the camera shake and just how loud it was. The loudest I ever heard it, I was at the Andy Chavez catch game. Obviously, the Mets lost, obviously. But when Chavez made that catch, I was sitting in the loge section, which, if you don't know, is the blue section. I was in the blue section all the way in the back, and there was a gate behind you in the low section. I was all the way in the back, so I couldn't see the ball. You saw it off Roland's bat. And when he hit it, I was like, uh-oh. You saw that, but I didn't see the ball because obviously the overhead of the mezzanine section was above you. So you couldn't see a fly ball. So all I saw was Andy Chavez running back to the wall. And everybody was standing up. And I was shorter, a little shorter, not much. I didn't grow much, but I couldn't see exactly. But I seen Chavez running back, and I see him jump. And then when the ball went into his gloves, I didn't really have a great view. All I heard, everybody going crazy. So I just assumed he caught it. So I went crazy. And then I saw him throw the ball in to get Emmons at first base. And then that was the only time in my lifetime at Shea Stadium that Shea Stadium was rocking. Like, I literally felt it shake. And it was so loud. And, at the time, there was a lot of flip phones at the time. So I don't know if I have the video. I have to look for it. I still have my flip phone from way back when. I don't know if I still have that video. If I can find a way to power up that phone, if I can show you the blurry video of how crazy Shea Stadium was at that moment, I would. I mean, you've seen it on TV, you've seen the videos and all that stuff, but to see it from my perspective was crazy. If I can find it, I would love to show you guys that 30-second video. But unfortunately, I don't know if I can power up that phone again, but I'll try. Yeah, see, you guys, like I said, some of you guys probably were there. I see Victor says he was there. NHL 22, yeah, the Mets are in the rain delay right now. The game is supposed to start at 7:30 NHL. Oh, that's cool, Bill. Yeah, I mean, that was the one time. If it happened again, it wasn't during the playoffs with Shea Stadium. I was at the first game after 9/11 when Piazza hit the home run against the Braves. That was a very loud Shea Stadium as well. And I don't remember it shaking, but it did shake during the 06 playoffs when Chavez made the catch. Joe, I think there was no doubt the Mets would have beat the Tigers. Because, I mean, even the Tigers, even the Cardinals beat the hell out of the Tigers. And I think the Mets were better than the Cardinals. They were just a little bit better in one game, in Game 7, unfortunately. Yeah, NHL, I know. It's funny. I saw the lightning strike, the thunderstorm and the lightning, and I'm looking out the window right now, and it's sunny out again. I don't know what the hell's going on in New York. It just doesn't make sense. Oh, Robert. So oh, wow. Well, you know what? I lived at Shea Stadium a lot with my dad. So, the upper deck, and you want to talk about nosebleeds. Citi Field ain't nosebleeds. I'm telling you that. The upper deck of Citi Field is like the first 10 rows of the upper deck of Shea Stadium. I mean, when you were in the top row of Shea Stadium in the upper deck, you basically can touch a plane. Like, that's how high you were. Like, Shea Stadium is no joke. Citi Field's upper deck, the top section is probably about 10 rows up. Not even 10 rows up at Shea Stadium. Homemade turkey chili. That sounds very Southern. All right, so let's listen to amazing finishes, guys, for a little bit.
Joe Pettit gives the Mets the lead at the bottom of the eighth. And the kid from Hopewell Junction puts the Mets in front on the final day of the season.
But in the top of the ninth, with Paul Sewell trying to close it out, it was a 4-bet came through for Atlanta.
1-2. Driven to left. Back goes Rajay. It's over his head. And it's out of here. Danny Echeverria ties the game. And he gets a little revenge against the Mets with a game-tying home run in the ninth.
The game would head into extra innings. During the top of the 11th, the Braves took the lead.
Echeverria unloads another one. This one's way out of here into the second deck.
Very steep Shea Stadium.
Echeverria harboring ill feelings against the team that let him go. And it's 5-4 Atlanta. All fall to a long one to left, and that is way out of here. Home runs on back-to-back pitches. 2 home runs in the 11th inning to put the
Joe
Braves
Pine.
in front.
And you guys can hear the TV call, right?
They had all season long. Back came the Mets. A leadoff single by Luis Fiorentino was followed by a 1-out single by Wilson Ramos. Then, 2 outs.
Dominic Smith.
July stepped up to the plate as the winning run.
Dom cracks one deep right center. Out toward the wall. It's out of here. Dom Smith. Back from the injured list. His first in line in 2 months. And he hits a
Yeah.
walk-off home run.
It felt like that, Joe.
Season's final game. The Never Say Die Mets finish the season on an incredible note.
I was at that last game of the season too. It was fun.
Number 1 on
All right, number 1, August 6, 2019. We know what this game was.
Winners of 6 straight that propelled them right.
Oh yeah, I was at that game too.
The Mets played host to the Nationals in front of a sold-out crowd at Citi Field.
Oh yeah. Let's listen up, guys. Hopefully you guys can hear it. Right now we're waiting for the Mets game to start at 7:30. So we're listening to Amazing Finishes 2019 on SNY.
Soto crashes a long 2-run homer, and the Nationals have a 3-0 lead.
But in the bottom of the inning, Pete Alonso and J.D. Davis got Citi Field rocking.
And he laces one deep left, going over on hits. It's out of here. Number 38 from Pete Alonso, a 2-run shot to get the Mets back with a run. 3-1 coming, and Davis blocks one deep to right. Back goes Eaton, back near the wall. It's out of here.
JD Davis is so good in 2019. Davis is so good in 2019.
The score remained tied until the 7th, when reliever Justin Wilson squared off against the Nationals' Anthony Rendon.
Rendon gets one of the air to deep left field. Headed toward the wall. That ball is out of here. And the Nats go back in front at 5-3 at the 7th.
Victor, I think so too. But it's all about the pitch count.
Washington would score a 6
80 to 85 pitches, in my opinion.
giving the Nats a 6-3 lead heading into the bottom of the 9th. But what happened in the bottom of the 9th was nothing short.
This is the best game right here.
After back-to-back hits by J.D.
Listen up, guys. Major Finishes 2019, number 1. This was the Todd Frazier game.
2-1 to Frazier. And Todd cracks one deep left field. Down the line. That ball is out of here. Out of here. Todd Frazier ties the game. Todd Frazier with the Mets' biggest hit of the season thus far. A game-tying 3-1 homer, and it's 6-6 tonight.
With that one swing, Frazier
Right, the
sent
Todd
fans
father.
in field into an absolute frenzy. But the Mets offense wasn't done. Joe Panic followed Frazier's blast with a single. 2 outs later, Ahmed Rosario followed with a single of his own. Then, up stepped Michael Conforto, looking for his first ever walk-off hit.
And he fires one deep right field. That goes into his head. And the Mets win the ball game. Michael Conforto
That was a fun game, too.
his career walk-off hit. And the Mets pull it out of the
I actually think I called out of work after that. I think that was just when I was going back to work during that time.
What an inning.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What a game. What a night. What a streak. The Mets have won 14 of 15 and the most unlikely one of all.
And that's going to do it for the 2019 Amazing Finish.
All right, guys. So that is the end of the Amazing Finishes 2019. Mets game will start at 7:30. It's on your screen right now, guys. approximately 7:30. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button if you're just tuning in. Once again, guys, a little update on the situation. The game will be starting around 7:30. I do have to go to work in a few hours, so I got to get ready and get my ass to work, but I will be keeping the live stream on. If you were with me during the West Coast trip, we did an Angels-Mets game without me present and left the live stream on with the radio call and game day up. So I'm going to do that with the TV call and game day up. While will be at work, I'll be, texting every now and then on my phone. I can work the live stream from my phone, how it's connected, so I could do that. So I will be able to text you throughout the night during the game. I will stay with you until the first inning of Max Scherzer, and then I will be going to work, getting ready for work. And hopefully you guys do what you do in the chat and control the stream and have fun during the stream. And hopefully you get a Mets win out of it as well. So that is the update right now. We're just waiting for the game to start. Hopefully in the next 15 minutes or so the game will start. Yes, Raphael, the lineup is scrolling on the bottom of your screen. I'll say it one more time, so if you're not looking at it or you can't see, you'll just listen. Just give me 1 second. So for the Mets, it is Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field. Starler Marte batting second, playing right field. Lindor, shortstop, playing third. Pete Alonso cleaning up, playing first base. Mark Canha batting fifth, playing left field. Eduardo Escobar batting sixth, playing third base. Jeff McNeil batting seventh, playing second base. J.D. Davis getting a start at DH, batting eighth. And James McCann catching, batting ninth. That is your Mets lineup for tonight versus Nick Lodolo, who is coming off the IL for his first start after the IL stint. So two guys are coming off the IL stint. The Crazy Man and Mad Max for the Mets, and Nick Lodolo coming in, pitching for the Cincinnati Reds. Both guys coming off the IL, first start off the IL. So I expect Scherzer to pitch well. It's just a matter of how many innings, and that's going to depend on his pitch count, which I think is going to be between 80 and 85 pitches. So they're doing a national anthem right now at Great American Ballpark. So, and they're showing Scherzer right now warming up in the bullpen. So he should be ready to go. And he's walking out of the bullpen, heading to the dugout. So 7:30 looks like the start time. So we are ready for Mets versus Reds. 10 minutes away until the game starts. And Max Scherzer is back in a Mets uniform for the first time since May. Thank God the Mets have an ace. They're going back to amazing finishes 2021 with Gary Apple. Robert, I'm more of a purist with that crap. Again, I can go to a baseball game, and if the game takes 4 hours, I don't really care. I'm one of those people that when I go to a baseball game, that's my entire night or my entire day. It's just that simple. I don't go into a game, I hope this game ends in 2.5 hours. If you go to a night game and you have work the next day, all right, you're not going to mind 2.5 hour game. So I don't see it as, too many people. If you're a real baseball fan, you shouldn't care about the time of game. I'm sorry. You're just not a real baseball fan. In my opinion, when I go to a baseball game, if it's a 7 o'clock game, I'm expecting to be there all night. That's just the way I am. If it's a 1 o'clock game, I expect to be there for 4 or 5 hours. And that's before the game and after the game. Before the game, I'll be hanging out with my friends. If the 7 Line's there, we'll be tailgating. If we're with my friends, getting a beer at whatever, if it was McKellar at the time or whatever breweries inside Citi Field. And after the game, we'll have a beer or something like that. Or if we're tailgating with the 7 Line, we'll spend another hour and a half. So me personally, I don't care. The game can take as long as possible. So when it comes to the pitch clock, I understand why they're doing it, but let's be honest. is this really going to bring new baseball fans in? No, that's what they're doing, right? They think if the games are shortened, more people who don't like baseball are going to start liking baseball. Baseball is not a sport you fall in love with at the age of 30. It's hard to, unless you're dating somebody who's a huge baseball fan and you're not, and because you love them, you start to get into it a little bit. Other than that, if you're in your 20s and you never watch baseball, or even if you're a kid that doesn't like baseball but loves basketball and football, you're going to stick to that. You're not going to play. You're not going to watch baseball. It's just I think if you didn't play baseball as a kid, it's very hard to enjoy it and understand it and understand the beautifulness of the game, of the intricacies of the game. Like the teams, like especially when you're at a game and you could see the field, you could see the shift, you could see where they're playing them. You could see the strategy of the managers. You start talking to your friends or whoever you're with, like, hey, do you see that? What do you think? They're going to put in Lugo in this? At the time, the pitchers were still batting. Are they going to double switch here? Or are they going to pinch hit? You're going to talk about that, the strategy of the game. That takes time. The strategy of the game takes time. Nowadays, when pitchers can't go, a good start now is 5 innings, 3 runs. So when you have 3 or 4 bullpen arms coming in every game, the games are just going to take longer. But that's, people talk about, the games are longer because guys step out of the box, pitchers take too long. What caused this game to become longer in the amount of game time is because of analytics. Just look at the 15 years ago, before analytics was a big thing. Analytics started using more bullpen, more arms. Batters see different pitches a lot more. It's harder for them to hit it. There's no coincidence that since analytics has been a big part of the game, games have been a lot longer. And that's because analytics says, well, when you should take out a starter before the 3rd time around the batting order because that's when he starts to get hit. Well, guess what? Now the bullpen's got to come in from the 5th inning on or the 6th inning on, and now you're going to have 3, 4, possibly 5 bullpen arms. There's your problem. So that's the way I see it. So I don't care about the pitch clock. I don't think it's not gonna make me like the game any more than I already like it. And I can show you Joe Smo across the street who doesn't care about baseball is not going to start watching baseball because there's a pitch clock. This is not basketball, all right? This is not football where you need a shot clock and you need a down clock. We just don't. So in about 6 minutes, the game should start. Mets versus Reds, game 2 of the series. Mets win today. They win another series and get the opportunity to sweep tomorrow. And yes, I will be live streaming tomorrow with my good friend Hayden from Mets Talk with Hayden. If you don't know who that is, check him out. His channel is really good. He knows his stuff, so subscribe to his channel. Hayden will be tuning in tomorrow, being the second guy on the stream during the Mets versus Reds game 3. So that will be fun. All right. And once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. And I'm not sure how many likes there are right now. Let me check really quick. Let's see. How many likes do we have in the first hour and a half of the stream? We got 83 likes already, which is pretty damn good before the game even starts. So the key is 100 likes before the 5th inning ends, which looks like it's going to happen with no issue. The goal of every stream is 150 likes because what that does, not just during the live stream, but after the live stream, you get a lot of replays of the stream because of that like button, because it goes at the top of the recommendation list for a lot of people. So that's where we are right now. Just looking at something really quick. All right. So they still got amazing finishes on. Hopefully the game starts soon. And once again, guys, you just tuning in. I will be going to work, so unfortunately I'm not going to be with you throughout the entire game. but I will be with you through at least the first inning of Max Scherzer's first inning back for the Mets. And then I will leave the live stream on and the TV call on during the live stream and during the game. So you can enjoy the game. And you guys in the chat can control the stream the way you want to. And it will be a lot of fun for all of us, for all you guys. And I will be controlling the stream on my phone. And every now and then I will be commenting in the chat while at work. So hopefully you guys can hold it down, as I know you guys will. I agree. Let's go Cards. All right. So let's just change it over to a nice viewing for the Reds and the Mets. Go into that nice background mode so everybody can see it. And we're almost ready to go. So there we are, guys. Once again, guys, Mets versus Reds supposed to be starting in about 3 minutes. It says approximately 7:30. So 3 minutes until 7:30, and I doubt it's going to start because they're still showing amazing finishes. So I kind of doubt that the Mets and Reds will start exactly at 7:30. Hey, listen, James, I probably won't have a good night at work. After the holidays, it's trucks galore, so it's not going to be fun. Yep, Mad Max is back. And listen, it's been about a week and a half now that the Braves have been hovering around 3.5 games back. So the Mets have been holding them back for all this time without Scherzer, DeGrom, and McGill. And now we're looking like we're getting healthier there. It should help. Well, James, I hope so too. Let's hope it goes well. So we got 105 in the stream right before the game is about to start, and I'm assuming very soon. That would be nice. So we can get this game started. We can see our ace on the mound in Max Scherzer against the Reds. Once again, guys, you just tuned in. Say what's up in the chat. You will get a shout out. And don't forget to please hit on that like button. More likes, the more people get recommended this stream. And that is always the goal right here on Talking Mets and Raw. James, Braves do suck. I agree. All right, guys. So they're showing Mets versus Reds. Scherzer is walking in the dugout, amped up, focused as ever. So the game's going to start. They're going to talk about the starting lineup. Let's listen up. Make sure, guys, you guys can hear it. Let me know in the chat if you guys can hear it.
Usual group in there. J.D. Davis will DH against the left-hander after Dom Smith had a good night. As the DH last night, Nimmo had a 3-run homer yesterday. Big night for him. Started Marte, another good game. Escobar, another RBI. And scored 7 runs on 12 hits last night in the opening game of this series. What temperature it needs to be? Take off this jacket.
Well, judging by the fact that the guys.
All right, you guys can hear it, right?
Whether it's hot, cold, or he's covered in.
We'll see, Raphael.
Keeps that thing on.
Let me know, guys, in the chat if you guys can hear it.
During his days managing the Diamondbacks, we saw him more in those days than we did with any other team. There were occasions when he would actually go out there with his uniform number showing.
That is unusual. Why would he break the streak? I think there's a good question as to whether or not he was ever actually given the uniform.
There's one on there somewhere underneath that jacket. Nick Lodolo just made his way into the bullpen. So while Scherzer's starting for the first time in 48 days, Lodolo is starting a big league game for the first time in 72 days. He did 4 rehab starts coming back from a lower back strain. This will be just his 4th major league start. So we don't know what kind of limits will be placed on him by David Bell and the Reds. He threw 78 pitches in his last rehab.
All right, guys, the Reds are taking the field.
In his last rehab.
Mets, Reds, ready to go. It looks like the sun's out, so that's a good sign.
We had a rain delay that lasted almost an hour, and it didn't rain a drop.
One drop. They didn't even put the tarp on the field, so I don't know if that was just psychology, wishful thinking, or somebody do something.
There was a credible threat of rain. We did see it. We saw the big red blob on the radar just west of Cincinnati.
All right, guys.
Away.
Nick Lodolo is on the mound. Mets Reds is about to start a little after 7:30.
To yellow to non-existent. And so it goes.
To Sonny's guys, I can't tell you and confirm that it absolutely poured a little bit earlier today on my way to the ballpark.
Oh, wait a second. Were you walking to the ballpark?
Well, unfortunately, I jumped on the bus because otherwise I would have been still sopping wet right now.
See, I just waited for the rain to stop and then walked over, but there were significant puddles, so I know what of you speak.
You're a veteran. Here, you watch that radar and you say, you know, if I give it 10 more minutes, I can walk over.
Plenty of daylight remaining here in Cincinnati, where it doesn't get dark till 9:15 or 9:30.
All right, guys, we're only 8 away for 100 likes already before the game starts. So let's get that 100 likes
37 and 21 in this venue.
quickly, guys. Let's get it done, guys. Hit on that like button.
National League team here. Reds have made some changes. Mike Papierski will get the start behind the plate. Reds were carrying 3 catchers yesterday. They only have 2 now. The infield is 3/4 the same as last night. Joey Votto's getting the day off for maintenance. So Mike Moustakas, just his 27th career start at first base. Tyler Naquin just activated off the injured list today. Naquin had been out with a quad injury, missed 31 games. So he's
There we go, guys. Mets versus Reds about to start. Nimmo's coming to the plate. Mets versus Reds, game 2. Right here on Talking Mets and Rob. Let's go. Start it off early, guys. Let's go.
As this game begins. And Brandon Nimmo gets
A lot of Mets fans at Great American Ballpark.
Well, that's a Reds fan, at least in the house.
They weren't going to get a Mets fan kid to sit play ball.
Come on, Brandon, start it off.
It's Scherzer. In the meantime, it's Nimmo to lead off against Nick Lodolo. And after a rain delay of 53 minutes, Nimmo takes ball 1 and we're underway.
I agree, Christian. Double like button.
6 degrees at game time.
I'm sorry, we talked about 6'6", thin. Comes a little bit 3/4, a little bit of Randy right there.
96-mile-an-hour fastball in for a strike. He'll throw mostly 4-seamers, but he does throw a 2-seamer as well. Sliders and changeups. He had a curveball in the minor leagues, which he is pretty much ditched. Back strain after 3 starts. His last outing in the big leagues was April 24th. And he gets the fastball right down the middle for a strike to Nimmo, and it's 1-2.
Grant, they always travel well. You know that about the Mets fans. We're around everywhere.
Batting was on Wednesday for Louisville and Toledo. He went 4 2/3 in that outing and was pronounced good to go. And he throws a slider to the backstop, but it's 2-2. This Reds pitching staff could use a boost, whether from Lodolo or from somebody. They're dead last in the
I
National
agree,
League
Steven.
in ERA.
I like that a little bit better.
Starters have the worst ERA in the league. Their relievers have the worst ERA in the league.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, he got a little bit older. Put a little bit more muscle on. He needed that, especially to stay healthy.
And you'd say, well, it's the ballpark, but they've only hit 73 and given up 115.
That's not the right differential.
That makes it hard to laugh in that dugout.
And Nimmo takes a pitch. Ooh. Little high, I guess. Full count. That's how you know Nimmo is back, working those counts.
And Paul Clemens just joined the crew today, subbing for DJ Rayburn, who was supposed to have to play tonight. No word why. So it's James Hoy, Angel Hernandez, and
Let's go, Brandon. Start it off.
very young umpires. 3-2 to Nimmo with Marte on deck. And that's it for a call strike.
And Nimmo strikes out looking. That was a nice pitch.
Good pitch on the inside corner right here with a little tail to it. Didn't want to do it. He wanted it to be ball 4, but that definitely caught the inside corner.
So Lodolo returns with a strikeout. And now starting Marte, 1 for 5 last night, hitting .355 over the last 8 games.
Oh, so let's go.
And he has had phenomenal numbers in the first innings of games. You know, he hit home runs in first innings in 2 of the 3 games against Texas. His batting average in the first inning this year is .356. So he's gotten off to fast starts. quite a bit of the time. Still some sunlight remaining out of the nether regions of the outfield in center and in left. With the game starting almost an hour late. And it's a good slider by Lodolo to get ahead on Marte 0-2.
It's interesting, they called this pitch a curveball a lot of the times on Savant, but at 84 miles an hour with that kind of side east-west movement, definitely a slider.
Fastball taken high 1-2. Lodolo only pitched 50 innings in the minors last year. He had blister problems, he had a shoulder problem, and now this year with a back problem. So at 24 years old, he's
got very nice stuff.
Stay on the field.
Throws hard, nice slider.
TCU. And the backdoor changeup misses, and it's 2-2. Lodolo, first round pick, 7th overall in 2019. And so with only 50 innings last year and the lost season in 2020 for the minor leaguers, you wonder just how many innings they could let him go this year.
Marte gets a full count.
3-2. The Reds are starting 3 rookies in this series. They started Hunter Green last night. The Mets touched him up for a couple of home runs.
Of course the Mets are going to win tonight.
Grant Ashcraft, the hard thrower, going tomorrow. So this is a pitching staff in transition. And there's ball
all right.
4, and Marte's
That's a 1-out walk from Marte.
Goes to full counts on his first 2 hitters. Strikes out Nimmo. And now walks Marte.
Ken, what are you, a betting man? That's why you asking all these questions? Trying to do a parlay?
Give these guys innings, give them an opportunity, not playing for any kind of a pennant race.
I would trade him, Ken.
Point, obviously, so give them some at bat and give them some time on the mound and see what they can do.
And they may get a whole lot more because there's so many rumors surrounding their best starters, Luis Castillo and Tyler Mahle.
Oh,
The
thank you.
trading deadline less than a month away. Here's Lindor homered last night to give the Mets the lead they would not relinquish. And he takes another high fastball for a strike.
Well, Lindor last night, it's sized up. Hunter Green pretty well before that. He took a great swing. Hunter comes in with 100, but smooth swing like that. Lindor got it, knew it right off the bat.
99.8 officially. Fastest pitch he's ever hit for a home run. We're down to 13 for the year. 10 as a left-hand batter, only 3 from this side of the plate. He is loved like so many other hitters have, swinging at Great American Ballpark. His lifetime OPS against the Reds is 1,041. Of course, he was part of the Ohio rivalry on the other side with the then Indians. Alonso on deck. 0-2 to Lindor. Marte takes off.
Marte is running, and he's safe. Stolen base from Marte. Here we go. Got a man in scoring position with 1 out.
Still checking it, but they elect not to challenge. Marte gets a good jump on first move. Going against the big left-hander. Barely gets in there. Nice tag by Indy. Almost got it.
So the Mets have a runner in scoring position with 1 out. A 1-2 count to Lindor.
All right, nice eye. Good eye.
Marte with the first move, jump right there. Not trying to read, just trying to get a good jump. And barely beats it. 10th stolen base.
Frankie, drive him in.
And for the Mets, their 30th stolen base of the year. They're right near the bottom of the National League in that department. Waits away a fastball. Piersky doing the catching today. Another number 1 catcher, Tyler Stevenson, is coming back from a broken thumb. He just started his rehab assignment last night. And the guy who's been holding down most of the catching, Aramis Garcia, had the bad finger. Then he got hit in the elbow last night, had to come out of the game. But he was pronounced sound enough that they sent their 3rd catcher, Colas Vary, down to the minors today. So they're a little pressed.
All right, another full count.
For Lindor.
Well, we're definitely working the counts, that's for sure. First 3 batters, all full counts.
Coming in tonight, he was the odd man out at night. As you said, Garcia battled through it last night, showing some pain on certain pitches, especially the foul tips.
Canna hit him with a swing on the elbow, and that was the end of his night. 3-2 coming, and Lindor goes
Lindor
down
strikes
swinging.
out. Ooh,
As Lindor throws a fastball.
that was a pitch right down the middle. He just blew it by him. 2 outs.
So Lindor, who averaged just a shade over 94 with his fastball in his first 3 starts, downs it up to 96 for his second strikeout.
All right, 2 outs. Runner marching in scoring position with Pete Alonso coming up in the top of the first.
You do. It's great.
276, 22 home runs, 69 RBIs. He's been at 69 RBIs for a little while now.
Certainly no iPad. So you try to take the word of the guy that went in front of you. Oftentimes that's more effective than watching it on video or reading any scouting report.
Come on, Pete.
Pete was 1 for 4 last night. Almost put a double through the left field wall late in the game. He's got Marte at second with 2 down, and he takes a fast changeup outside for ball 1. Pete's second in the National League in home runs with 22. Kyle Schwarber is 24th, leading off the game for the Phillies tonight. Pete still leads the league with 69 RBIs, but he's now gone 6 straight games without a run batted in. First inning chance here with 2 outs. It's not done well for Alonso against lefties this year. That's been true of a lot of the right-handers. It's been getting better, but he is hitting just 214 against left-handers with just 5 of his 22 home runs.
And Lodolo could do that to him and get that pitch at the top of the strike zone, which is actually a little bit up. Makes it a lot tougher. Pete puts that ball down towards his knees a little bit more.
Nasty slider that almost hit him. And it's 1-2.
Does have a little bit of that delivery like Randy Johnson.
The ball started at the plate and then by his feet.
For that 3/4 delivery, that slider looks like a fastball for a long way and then just keeps coming at that back foot.
Question is a little funk in that delivery. And seeing him for the first time and trying to figure out Lodolo. 1-2 coming.
Good eye.
This is down. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Arcana would be next. It's all working long at bats against Lodolo, who went full on his first 3 hitters, and now he's 2-2 on Alonso. That's been doing this to starting pitchers all year long, so Lodolo shouldn't feel singled out.
Come on, Pete. Drop him in. Come on, Pete. All right, we're going to the bottom of the first. Mets didn't score in the first. Had a man on second with 1 out, but didn't get the job done. But Mad Max coming on the mound to pitch for the Mets for the first time since the middle of May. Finally, we get our ace back on the mound against the Reds. Let's see what he can do. Max Scherzer knows his body. He says he's healthy. And when Max Scherzer is healthy, there's no doubt about it, guys. He can pitch to the best of anybody. He can be one of the best pitchers in the game when he's on. Here we go, guys. Here you go, July. Mad Max showtime. Let's go. Once again, guys, you're just tuning in. Don't forget to please hit on that like button. Let's get this stream out to more Mets fans to cheer on Max and the Mets tonight for the return of Mad Max for the Mets. Let's go. Wow, Max is your cousin? He's my brother. That's cool. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Finally get a guy back in this rotation that you can trust every 5th day. Can't complain about that, guys. No doubt about that. And it's raining in New York. Cole? I never heard of that picture. What, the guy that used the sticky stuff, right? It'd be nice if he could actually pitch in a big game and show up. But let's not talk about that. All right, guys. Mad Max on the mound, going to the bottom of the first. No score at the moment. Mets threatened with a runner in scoring position with less than 1 out, but did not get the job done and did not get Marte in. Here we are, Max Scherzer. First time since the middle of May. Here we go, guys. Mad Max on the mound.
Pitch in almost 7 weeks.
Yeah, I saw him get off the bus today. He was ready to go right then. He could have walked right out to the mound. I'm sure he has. Anticipating, but it's interesting to hear him talk about his rehab. And
Let's go, my.
50% of it was getting to 90%. That last 50% getting that remaining 10 because he goes maximum effort when he gets into a ball game.
You didn't know that Max was related to Yogi Berra, did you? Fastball in for a strike to Jonathan India.
First pitch, 94 miles an hour.
Max made 2 rehab
Good start.
starts. The last one was on Wednesday for Binghamton and Hartford. He went 4 2/3 through 80 pitches. So you would figure that he's good for about that many tonight. And push him too hard. It's the first time he'd had an oblique injury.
Woo.
And that fastball that McCann tries to sell at the top of the zone didn't get the call. It's 2-1. Jonathan India 0 for 3 last night. Last year's National League Rookie of the Year, really struggling coming back from a hamstring injury. And he squeezed
nice
the slider
slider.
misses, and it's 2-2.
Let's go. 2 strikes. Let's go.
Nice tight little slider. He was hoping for another fastball, didn't get it.
Tomlin Walker struck him out with that pitch twice last night.
And
Max strikes him out with a fastball.
first at bat, first strikeout for Scherzer back on the mound. There we go. That's the dominant man that we signed. Let's go. He's back.
That's classic
Woo.
Max, who was slider away,
Blew it right
and
by
he
it,
gets
95 miles an hour.
Up to the zone.
Woo. Love it.
Little extra on it.
3,080 strikeouts in his major league career. He's 19th on the all-time list. Chance to move up a couple of spots tonight. Brandon Drury with the 3-run homer for most of the Reds offense last night. It was a career-high 17th home run. You hear Max already getting on himself.
He did, and it actually probably cut the outside part of the plate, but I think he wanted it in, which is why he got annoyed.
Max strikes out 6 tonight. He would pass John Smoltz for 18th on the all-time list. He starts the night 14 behind CC Sabathia for 17th on that list. That's grounded
Ground
right
ball
into the
should be
door.
2 outs.
Francisco handles it.
And it is. Tomorrow it said to be determined, so I don't know. Let me see.
Can't get him a start after Nito was out there last night. The infield, the same group.
David Peterson tomorrow, Steven.
So Scherzer's retired the first 2, and now Tommy Pham took it 0 for 4 last night.
Oh, should end the inning right here. And a nice first inning for Max Scherzer. Strikeout and 2 groundouts, back and better than ever from Mad Max on the mound. You can look at his jersey, he is sweating like a pig. But that's just Max Scherzer in a nutshell, guys. The type of guy that he's healthy, he's going to pitch with all his heart. Good start for Max Scherzer going to the top of the second. No score. Mad Max is back out. Ace is back, guys. Here we go. Yeah, quick innings will be nice. I don't even think that was 10 pitches. Let's see. How many pitches was it? Yeah, it was 9 pitches. 9 pitches in the first inning. That's a good way to start. Oh, well, Joe, there's no guarantee that Bassett is going to be ready on Thursday. So it probably will be Will Williams. That's right, Steve. One of our aces are back. I mean, it's nice to have somebody you can count on every 5th day. Like, as good as Walker has pitched, Carrasco at times, every time when you had another pitcher that's not named Scherzer on the mound, you don't know what you're going to get. At least with Scherzer, even when he doesn't have his good stuff, you guys know that he's going to keep your team in the ballgame. With any of the other pitchers, you just don't know. If they don't have it, they might not keep you in the ballgame. So, excuse me. So, that's what you have when you got Scherzer on the mound. You can guarantee that you're going to get a chance to win when he pitches. And yes, Joe, Jankowski is going through a rehab start assignment last night. So, he's on the road back. He'll be back probably the end of the month. Yeah, Eric, except that He didn't strike out without pitches. But we're going to the top of the second. No score. Scherzer with a really good first inning. First time back since the middle of May. The Mets threatened a little bit, but did not score. So here we go. Mark Canha is leading off the top of the second. See if the Mets can get some runs early here.
Bottom of the first. Dolo had to work a lot harder in his first inning, 24 pitches, but he struck out 3, worked around a walk. Canha 1 for 3 last night, had a double. Just his second hit in his last 24 at-bats. He takes first pitch fastball on the corner for a strike, 0-1. Canha, Escobar, and McNeil for the Mets in the second.
It's all good evening, Brandon. How you doing, buddy? Mark Canha gets a base hit, leadoff hit. There we go. Canha's starting to heat up again.
Eduardo Escobar coming up. Well, there's a guy down in the photo well wearing an SNY shirt. Didn't you used to be Steve Gelbs?
I kind of recognized him.
No, guys, it's me. No, it's still me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Steve, I know.
Good to have you back, Steve.
Did we tell the people? I didn't make any announcement. Did we
Anthony,
tell
that'd be
people I
nice.
wasn't here?
No.
All right, so I guess I'll break that news right now. COVID IL round 2, but I'm feeling okay. I'm back, and I am prepared, Gary, to make up for my absence. You said I needed 19 stories tonight, though?
17. Hopefully 17 have back.
Okay. Even with Scherzer, though, Scherzer doesn't take any of the burden off of me tonight. What do you think?
I think that you should unload everything that you have.
Come on, Eddie, let's go. Keep that hot seat going.
Number 1 right now, and you guys were talking about it in the top half of the first inning, how we see so much communication between these Mets hitters. We saw Brandon Nimmo talking.
Escobar hits one, just not enough to the warning track. Damn it. One out. Just got under that ball.
And
Just
I
missed
had the
it.
chance to actually listen in to the conversation that Nimmo was having with Pete Alonso about what they saw from Lodolo. Now, I'm not going to get into too many specifics because I want to be allowed back here at some point next to the dugout. But generally, I thought the themes were very interesting. So Nimmo went over each one of Lodolo's pitches, exactly how it moves, where he seems to be throwing them. Also talked, though, about how he perceives certain pitches. And it was interesting to hear Pete Alonso listen to that description and say, what do you mean, like Rogers? Thinking about Trevor Rogers, I would assume, both lefties. And Nimmo said, not quite like Rogers the way I perceive it, but when Pete described how he perceived Trevor Rogers,
All right, Jeff, let's go.
Yeah, I could see it like that.
Jeff batting 7 tonight
against Trevor Rogers. So I thought that was really interesting, just to kind of get
All right,
a little
guys, I'll be
insight
right
into how these discussions go. Todd, I'm not sure if that's generally how they went when you guys would have those discussions, but it was very, very specific about all these different aspects.
I think it's a good comp, actually, when we're talking about Trevor Rogers, and I think he's talking about the sneakiness behind on his fastball and the arm angle that Lodolo comes from is similar to Trevor Rogers.
Joe McNeil 2 for 5 last night. He takes a fastball outside 1-1. So how helpful is that? In other words, someone can tell you something like that, but until you get the box, is that helpful to you before you see him, or do you have to see him yourself?
I think it can be helpful in the context, and I don't know what the Trevor Rogers piece is, but Trevor Rogers has a sneaky fastball. 93, 94 seems to get by good fastball hitters. So if that's the perception, and he's saying that he has the same kind of visual where his fastball can be sneaky, then that can help you a little bit to know, hey, the numbers playing out. Don't look at what's on the board at 93, 94.
Yeah, Escobar's been putting really good at-bats together over the last week.
Chavez with the iPad in hand, talking to Alonso as they try and scope out this young left-hander. 2-1 to McNeil.
Come on, Jeff.
Still shows his first move to first base. Marte stole a base in the first inning, so I don't know if that was just taking a chance or if the Mets had a report on Lodolo that he was runnable.
That certainly wasn't a great move right there, and he's probably got something better than that.
Canha, not a big base stealer, only has 1 this year.
Oh,
McNeil
Jeff.
starts today, 3rd in the National League in batting at .318.
Yeah, that's a base hit. There we go.
Jeff McNeil to a single, and the Mets have 2 men on. 79th hit of the year for Jeff.
Yeah, he continues to defy defenses because these guys don't shift on him. Shift on him, he pokes it through there this time, takes the ball out over the plate, waits on it, and just knocks it through the hole.
So the Mets have a couple
Nice,
of hits.
nice. You like that?
Bracketing a deep fly ball by Escobar. And now here's J.D. Davis.
Come on,
DH in the
J.D.
8th in the order.
You gotta start getting going now.
Well, over the last week or so, Dom Smith has started to hold up his end from the left side of the plate in that DH role. Now it's Davis.
Come on, J.D. Let's go.
Get it going from
Those
the
are
right
your
side.
runs out there.
The peripheral numbers have been great, but ultimately it's all about the production.
Oh, but it was pretty good.
JD's hitting 245.
Got invited to a party, so I went. Enjoyed myself.
And I think he would tell you the same thing. He leads the league in hard hit rate. He'd rather lead the league in hitting than have some of those results, but he knows he's taking good at bats at least.
JD goes after a changeup and misses on 21. For a while, as though JD was starting to break out, but now just 3 hits in his last 23 at bats. He really hasn't hit much
There you
against
go,
lefties
Joe, in the
all year.
locker.
Just 225 with 1 home run. That's his primary role. That's as a team trying to lift their numbers against lefties. They're 16 points lower against lefties than they are against righties. India keeping McNeil close at second. And Davis fouls back to fastball on the 22.
Damn it. JD missed that fastball down the middle.
Neil kind of watching Canada in front of him just in case he decides to do something there and maybe take a chance at a bag, but I don't think that's going to happen. But Neil really conscious of Canada in front of him as well as where the first baseman is.
Jorge, I will
so
soon.
far off the line, McNeil can get whatever lead he wants.
Come on, JD. Let's go.
1-2 coming. And Davis gets
Ball
out
gets
of the
away,
way, behind
and both runners move up. There we go.
Move up on the wild pitch.
Wild pitch moves the runners to second and third with 1 out. 2-2 count to JD Davis.
Piercy had gotten a piece of it,
And
but
I am
not
going to
enough
work.
keep it in front of him.
Almost got a piece of JD's foot once again. Took a bit of a tough hop. Piercy tried to get in front of him, bounced up a little bit.
So 2 in scoring position with 1 out. The Reds are going to keep their infield back and concede a run on a grounder, even with 2 strikes on the hitter.
Now this is where JD really got a battle. You see him choking up a little bit. Important for him to make contact. He's supposed to do a lot of the high fastball.
Come on, JD.
Important for him to put one in play here.
Good eye, good eye.
Takes that slider inside. It's 3-2. James McCann, the on-deck batter. So from Lodolo, his 8th batter, and he's gone to a full count on 4 of the 8. The ground ball gets a run in this spot for JD. McCann at third, McNeil at second with 1 out. And Davis goes down
God
swinging.
damn it.
Lodolo with the fastball away. And he gets a big strike as he fans J.D. Davis
God
for the
damn
second
it.
out.
Well, the power numbers have been showing up for the Mets, but the situational productive outs have not been happening over the last couple of weeks.
His job right there is to put that ball in play in the middle of the field.
And you know when we talk
All right, Phil,
about
see if the Mets can win you some money here.
peripherals and the hard hit rate, that's the piece that
All right, here comes the power hitter of James
Right,
McCann.
strike out. There's no exit velocity, so
See if James McCann can actually do something here.
temper all those
All we need is a base hit to score 2.
expected numbers for reality. Fastball in for a call strike to McCann. James playing his 6th game since coming off the injured list. He's gone 2 for 16 since his return.
Lodolo making the pitches when he needs it, when he gets himself into a jam, himself in a hitter's count, comes up with a good pitch.
Canada dashing down the line at third, trying to distract the rookie. And it's
Ah,
back to Lodolo.
God damn it.
And he's able to find his way through trouble. Strange 2 in scoring
Jesus
position.
Christ. Already, 3 men left in scoring position so far in 2 innings. That is not how you want to start the game. Again, even though the Mets have been, let's be honest, guys, the last couple of games, the Mets have been winning these games on home run balls and not how they usually do it by bunching hits together. They're still struggling to bunch hits together to score some runs. So we're going to the bottom of the second, no score. Mets had opportunity in the first and opportunities in the second were men in scoring position and did not get it done. Yeah, it's been a while, Steven. It's been like that for like 2 weeks now. They cannot score runs. A lot of guys are struggling in this lineup. They can't bunch hits together with runners on. That's been their problem, and that's what they were great at in the first couple of months of the season. But over the last 2 weeks, they have been struggling with men on to bunch a couple of hits together. Luckily, the home run ball has been saving them the last couple of games to get them a couple of wins here. But the Mets got to get back on track with those bunch of hits together with runners on, because it's going to be very hard to win some ball games when that home run goes awry, and that's going to be the problem for the Mets. But Max Scherzer's on the mound, so you don't expect a lot of runs to be given up by Scherzer. So the Mets have the opportunity. Scherzer will keep the Mets in the ball game. The Mets see if they can punch through this game. At the very least, they're making Lodoto work. And his pitch count, I think he was at like close to 50 pitches already. So they're making him work. So he ain't going to be long for this game, which is a good sign to a very bad Cincinnati bullpen. It's very annoying with this offense right now. But we are playing the Reds, and the Mets should win. So we'll see. Frankie, member of Talking Mets Rob. What's up, buddy? Angel, how you doing, buddy? Member of Talking Mets Rob. All right, so second inning for Max Scherzer. This is probably going to be my last inning with you guys, so I can get ready for work and get my ass to work in about an hour and a half. So I will be leaving a live stream on, and the TV call, and game day. Here we go, guys. Max Scherzer, second inning.
All right. I wonder when to get back for this start. I'm not taking any more rumble ponies. I'm putting back on the hill.
But Tyler Naquin activated off the injured list. The first thing you got to do is face Max Scherzer. Naquin was off to a good start this year. He's a guy who has battled injuries throughout his career, but when he's been on the field, he's a good player. First came up with the Indians, center fielder who could hit with power. 19 home runs last year for the Reds. And we had the same phenomenon we had last night with the hitter blowing in the batter's box at this particular point in the evening. The sun that filters between the decks of the stands. It's like having a halo. Scherzer ahead 1-2 on Naquin.
So the Braves off to an early start again. The Cardinals were leading 1-0. Now it's 5-1 Braves. Jeez.
For the Reds. On Sunday, snapped a 10-game home losing streak and then lost again last night.
Christian, if you can call me, I'll be happy. I never have to go to work. I'll do a live stream every game. Scherzer got 14 pitches with no outs in the second. Pitch count is pretty good.
Against Naquin. And Scherzer and McCann trying to get on the same page. 2-2.
Nice pitch. Second strikeout of the game for Scherzer.
Second strikeout.
Scherzer's slider and fastball are sharp right now.
That's just a tough pitch for Max. He wants to go in with that cutter. He doesn't throw the slider to lefties, and he very, very rarely throws the cutter to righties. And that's why. He knows that cutter right there is just enough to get it off the barrel or swings and misses. Doesn't take a chance at hanging the bigger slider.
Team money, no, it's not unusual. But the problem is the Mets are not built to be a home run team. At least not at this point. They're a team that gets on base, and you got a lot of singles and doubles hitters on this team. So that's why, honestly, the Mets have been winning the last couple of games based on home runs. And this might be the first hit of the game, and it is. Darn. All right, it was a soft hit fly ball that dropped in.
He's inside this ball. Max wants to come in. Doesn't get it quite as hard as he wants, but pretty good pitch. Got to give Solano some credit for his hands in, getting enough of it. Up to the center.
So 1 out and 1 on. Scherzer will work out of the stretch for the first time as he faces Mike Moustakas. Moustakas 1 for 4 last night. Served as the DH. He's playing first base today with Votto getting the night off. And that cutter misses for ball 1.
Well, honestly, Angel, I honestly think they think Alvarez is ready because, let's be honest, AA is a lot stronger than AAA. AAA is just a formality
Sample size against Max too,
to just one step closer to bringing him up. I think the Mets will bring him up.
Solano at first with 1 out.
Nice pitch.
Takes a whiff for the high fastball, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, Frankie, I don't think so. I think they're going to bring him up at least a week or two before the trade deadline, so they can see what he can do with the bat. And if he doesn't perform well, you send him back down, make him work on his game, and then make a trade for a big bat.
Change up, bounce foul, 1-2. Tom Livingston's stock is just 6 for 39.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't care if he's young. If this guy can hit, bring him up. Why not?
Yeah.
You know, every now and then, if you want him to catch, fine. But worry about him being a DH.
Does he have 1 home run against Max in his career? He does.
No, man, what's up?
So I guess it's conceivable that he could. And what Max is not going to want him to celebrate against him.
Come on, Max, let's go.
Challenge upstairs, and Moustakas fouls it off 1-2. It sends LD on deck. Scherzer's last start was May the 18th. It was against the Cardinals. He was working well into the 6th inning. Got himself a lead, and then all of a sudden said, Hamas. Realized that the lead cleared up. Something he had never really experienced.
Of course, Michael, of course. Every day I do it.
Later now, here he is again.
Moustakas is putting a good at-bat together here.
I did a lot of trying to break it down when that happened, watching his delivery, and he really, if you watch him,
Steve, that's true, but let's be honest. In 18, the Mets were basically out of it. You know, Alvarez can actually help his team be better. And it's not like you're going to, he's going to come up and catch every day. He's going to be a DH, which we know he can hit.
And Moustakas is hit by the pitch.
Damn
To
it.
get the bat. They're going to say that he did not swing, and it did hit him. And Moustakas gets his base. And now the Reds have 2 men on.
Ouch. He did hit his elbow. First and second, 1 out.
5th batter that Scherzer's hit this year.
Yeah. Alvarez is too much of a good hitter to get demoralized if he comes up and doesn't perform with the bat. You know, he's young, you can send him back down and make him work on his game. Other than that, bring him up, because if he is that lightning in the bottle like Conforto was in 2015, he can only help this team.
This has been the one area where Scherzer has not excelled so far this year, surprisingly enough, through his first 8 starts.
24 pitches for Scherzer, 1 out in the second.
Sitting 3.48 against him. You wouldn't figure that, no, especially with his 2.54 ERA. But he's had some rough
Come on,
innings.
Max.
Solano at second, Moustakas at first. And this one's lifted to right center field. Playable for Nimmo.
All right, should be 2 outs. Oh, pull it. Jesus.
Together, Marte makes the catch down with a stronger arm, throws it to third.
Ooh. Almost got him at third. Nice throw by Marte. Got 2 outs.
Smart choice by Nimmo and Marte to allow Marte to catch that ball, and he nearly got Solano at third.
Yeah, that was very good communication out there. We've seen that happen a couple other times. And Nimmo's taking the throw, but Marte got around that, called him off, said, I got a chance. And we didn't even think he had an opportunity there because he almost flat-footed hot best bar. That a lot closer than I thought it would be.
So 2 out. Runners in the corners, and now the former Met, Matt Reynolds, who had a couple of hits
All right,
last
2
night.
outs, first and third for the Reds.
Reynolds at shortstop again today. The regular Red shortstop Kyle Farmer still nursing a sore hand after getting hit by a 100-mile-an-hour fastball on Saturday.
96
Scherzer throws a fastball
for that
by
fastball
Reynolds
from
on
Max
0-1.
Scherzer. Yeah, Allen's still getting through his
Max
his
had a
injury
game walk
stuff.
in the first inning, retired the side 1-2-3. Now he's got a situation to deal with in the second. 2 outs, runners at the corners. Facing the number 8 hitter Reynolds. And the slider misses just away. 1 ball, 1 strike.
McCann holds this one, but it's a little bit off the plate. Height was okay. He tried to frame it. Rookie umpire back there. You never know.
Is it true that you never know? I mean,
Yeah,
as a
team
catcher,
money,
did you ever get a
Dom and
strike
JD
call
hasn't done
because
nothing
you
all year.
hit an extra
I mean, you
count?
have 2 home runs from the DH spot from those guys. That's not going to cut it. You're not winning with it. I mean, you can have pitchers bat better than these guys have here this year. You need better. And you got guys in-house that should get the opportunity, like Alvarez, like Vientos, before you make a trade. Burn it out. Nice pitch.
Good slider there.
That's a nice slider.
Giving, Reynolds to it too.
You know, it's funny because I'm guys that you would
Hey,
remember,
Alex,
Dutch
what's up,
Renner
buddy?
and Freddie Brocklander, guys that they did have delayed strike calls. So there were times catching
Oh,
where
Max.
I'd hold it because they hadn't started their strike or ball call yet, and I just held it by instinct. But I think they still already made up their decision.
2-2 coming. Runner goes and is fouled off. Moustakas was on the move. So Moustakas runs. He's got absolutely no speed. If that's ball 3, the Reds just trying to steal a run and hoping that McCann throws through it.
It's exciting. He was literally only a foot off the bag, too. He didn't have a big lead. I've been watching it.
Yeah, I guarantee you, DeGrom can hit better than J.D. Davis and Dominic Smith. Probably have more home runs.
See something that wasn't there. Pitches already in this inning for Scherzer.
Come on, Max.
Again, the 2-2 coming.
Moose, what's up, buddy?
Got
Got him. Nice pitch. Fastball, 97 miles an hour on the outside corner. There we go, guys. Max Scherzer got out of a little bit of a jam there. 31 pitches through 2 innings. Pitch count a little higher than you like it, but not too bad at all. Max Scherzer thrown 97 on that last pitch. Put it right on the black on the outside corner to strike out Reynolds to end the inning. All right, guys. So, guess what I got to do, guys? I got to get ready for work. I can't call out, unfortunately. I had too many days off for this holiday already. That was a blessing in disguise. That usually never happens for me. I'm giving Max 80 to 85 pitchers, which if he goes with this amount of pitches per inning, he should be around the 5th inning, 6th inning mark. Yeah, I definitely won't have fun at work, but all right, guys, so you know the drill. You guys hold on the chat. All you members, you guys know what to do. Yeah, Frankie, I wish I could do that too. So all you members, do what you got to do in the chat, guys. Hold it down. I will see you guys tomorrow for the next live stream. I will text, I will chat, I will say something in the chat every now and then. I'll be running it on my phone. So hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of the stream. Hold it down for me, guys. Everybody have a good night. Let's go Mets. Let's see if the Mets can score some damn runs for Scherzer tonight. I'll just wait until the commercial ends, and then I will see you guys tomorrow, and I'll say what's up in the chat every now and then at work. So have a good night, guys, and hopefully this live stream without me brings the Mets win. So as soon as it turns back on, I will see you guys tomorrow. All right, Ken. All right, guys, so we're just waiting for the 3rd inning to come back. Mets are coming up in the top of the 3rd. No score. Scherzer is looking good. his fastest pitcher is 97. So this guy is healthy. He is the guy that we were expecting. So that's great. Michael, how you doing? A member of Talking Mets and Rob. All right, guys. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hold down the live stream, guys, for Mets versus Reds. Have a good night, guys. Game is back on.
There is another state very close. I used to think that was so odd when we fly into Kentucky and be in Ohio, but we learned quick.
Brandon Nimmo takes a slider for a strike from Nick Lodolo as we start the third. Lodolo's worked around traffic in each of the first 2 innings. Struck out 4, including Nimmo on a call third strike in the first. Lodolo 40 pitches to get through the first 2 innings. And Nimmo takes a slider down 1-1. We have no idea what kind of leash they're going to have on Lodolo today. His first big league start in better than 2 months. So sure, but I'm sure that we'll be more careful with Lodolo. 1-2 to Nimmo with Marte and Lindor to follow.
I would venture to say that Lodolo will have less say in the matter than MAX SCHERZER.
I think that's very fair to say. He's listed at 6'6", 205. I'm not sure he's quite 205 yet. And Nimmo with a half swing, he went around strike 3. So Nimmo biting on the slider, he struck out for the second time.
It's a good slider from that arm angle against the left-hander, especially with that little sneak to his fastball. Tough to lay out for Nimmo.
Scouts would say that slider is Lodolo's best pitch. It's the reason why he finally ditched his curveball.
If you think about that angle where he starts that from, it starts on the inside corner of the plate and then cuts all the way across and then off the plate for that strike.
Marte taking a changeup for a strike. Marte walked and stole the base in the first inning. So Marte made that catch and nearly threw out Solano at third base. And through our open today, we were showing some highlights from last night, and one of them was about the triple play the Twins turned. And I was a little stunned watching it on video. I don't know if you get a chance to see it, but it was against the White Sox. 2 men on, fly ball to right center field. And Byron Buxton goes back. You know how good a center fielder Buxton is. And Marte whips one into center field from base hit. So the Mets have their third hit. Marte's aboard for the second time, 1 out base runner. So the runner at second initially goes back to tie up. One obviously read it that the ball was going to not be caught. And he takes off for third, and the runner at first takes off for second. And Buxton caught the ball. He 2-stepped from the wall. He didn't jump. He didn't dive. He caught the ball just reaching out to his left, like a good center fielder would. And the runner at second was past third, and the runner at first was past second, so that when Buxton heaved it in, there goes Marte again, and then he stops and throw back to first. And the tag finally stops, and Marte is out. Marte slamming on the brakes. Didn't get back in time, but then goes caught stealing 2-3. Speaking of not so great base running,
Yeah, that was interesting too because he took off on first move and had 3 or 4 steps with his head down. So I wonder what caused him to decide to hold up.
Most did not thought he had a good enough jump. Anyway, Lindor takes a strike. So Buxton heaves it in. Gio Urshela catches the ball between second and third, tags out the runner from first base between second and third, and then goes steps on second, and they get the triple play. I couldn't understand it based on watching it on TV. Maybe it was different in person because it never seemed to be any kind of guarantee or large chance that Buxton was going to catch.
Right, even if it were different in person, what you're really talking about is a good play by the center fielder and terrible base running by the opposition because that triple play should have never been a triple play. Especially, nobody out and a ball to the gap you're making sure that ball gets down before you go, because if it gets down, you're going to score from second anyway. So you should be tagging. Even if the ball gets down, you're going to score from second base. So
I love this, though. It was the first 8-5 triple play in Major League history. Wow. Never been done before. Never's a long time. 6 strikeouts now for Lindor as he gets Lindor to end the inning. Scherzer go back to the mound with no score.
Moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now there's SKYRIZI. Yeah, I feel free. Spare my skin, yeah, that's on me. Keep your skin clear with SKYRIZI. Most who achieved 90% clear skin at 4 months had lasting clearance through 1 year. In another study, most people had 90% clear skin at 3 years. And SKYRIZI is 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
In the scoreless game, facing the number 9 hitter, Michael Papierski. Cheers from Mary Lucas, 95 today. Congratulations to Mary Lucas. They're very nice people here in Cincinnati. Very nice. Papierski pops up the first pitch he sees from Scherzer. Alonso waving everybody else away as though anybody would get in his way. 1 out. Your Bank of America impressive tools. Between his slider and his curveball, nobody's squaring up Max Scherzer and hitting for any power. What slugging percentage against his breaking balls? That's in the majors.
And I think part of that is he'll throw it at any count. He'll throw it 3-1, he'll throw it 2-1, he'll throw it 3-2.
And that's instructive about Max because, Max has always been a guy who's given up home runs, but it's mostly because he challenges people with fastballs.
I think I've heard guys talk about facing him, thinking about you can't really try to sit on secondary pitches with Max.
Slider in first strike to India, and 0-2.
You have to sit on the fastball because you're going to get one in a bat. He throws 50+% fastball, so you're going to get one. And the other stuff is sometimes so good that you're not going to be able to square it up anyway.
Slider bounces in, and it's 1-2. India struck out his first time up. So he has struck out in all 4 of his official at-bats in this series, still trying to get himself grounded, coming back from a hamstring injury. I think just 154 since his return. Two coming. And India strikes out on the slider. Strikeout number 4 for Scherzer through the first 10 batters. And India really struggling. I mean, last year when we saw Jonathan India, we never saw at-bats like these.
No, he's out in front of everything like he was right there. Like he's in between. I saw some of the Mets hitters when they got in between last year. It just looks like at-bats where they're looking hard, they get soft. If they're looking soft, they get hard. He just does not look comfortable or confident at the plate right now.
And curveball in for a strike to Brandon Drury, who grounded out short his first time up. Nice to keep that curveball in his pocket for the second and third time around the batting order. Comes back with a fastball. It's fouled off in its own 2. He's got so much in his arsenal.
He does. That's what I'm saying. So unpredictable as a hitter. That's why I think you really do have to sit hard and try to adjust. Hope he makes a mistake with the off speed, because if he doesn't, it's going to be really hard to square it up.
Go to the Drury, and the slider misses down. 1-2. It's a hard take by Drury.
Couldn't take it. You know what? I love the fact that Max, as intense as he is, he doesn't get upset about missed calls. I think he probably figures he gets as many as he doesn't get, and he just grabs the ball, gets right back up, and goes get you on the next one.
Wants to go back to the slider against Drury. And he struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Scherzer to close out a 1-2-3 third. 5 Ks for Max. It's like he never left. Who's going to be next? That's distinguished Kidcaster graduates. Jacob Resnick, who's great authority now in the mid-minor league system. We just heard from Johnny Gdalowitz, former Kidcaster, who's broadcasting in Syracuse. They go on to great things, those Kidcasters. Pete's been very unsure of the slider of Nick Lodolo. Struck him out on that pitch in his first at-bat, and another wild swing at that back foot slider. Lodolo's been impressive. He struck out 6 through the first 3 innings. Alonso, Cat, and Escobar trying to solve him here in the 4th in a scoreless game. 2 pitchers returning from long stretches on the injured list, and both have to be just thrilled with what has transpired so far. Scherzer engaged in the dugout as Alonso takes a knee-high fastball for a strike at 22. Meanwhile, Well, in Atlanta, the Braves scored 5 runs in the first off the Cardinals' Andre Plante, home runs by Austin Riley and William Contreras. And the Braves were 5-1 on St. Louis in the fourth. That just missed the side. It's 2-2. They didn't finish last night. The Braves and Cardinals till 1 a.m. Long rain delay. They finally resumed about 11:30. The Braves held on to win 6-3. Keeping them 3.5 behind the Mets. 2-2 coming. And another slider fooling Alonso badly. So Lindor has had Alonso's number in that pitch. That's a 7th strikeout. For Nick Lindor in his 4th big league start, he's now just 1 shy of his career high for strikeouts.
Yeah, looking very impressive. Once again, that ball starts to the outside part of the plate and then comes in and is off the plate, down and in by the time Alonso goes to swings. And he set it up with that 95, 96 mile an hour fastball in the upper inside quadrant the pitch before.
So 1 out, here's Marcana, who had a base hit to left field his first time up. Mets have 3 hits against Lindor, all singles. And Canna gets the slider, tries to hold it, but he went around. 0-1. Well, they said his slider was his best pitch, and it's hard to argue with that. Has got the 11 swings and misses in this game, and 7 of the 11 have come on his slider.
He's worn out a little spot there. Added a little infield dirt into the outfield.
It's the second coming of the strawberry patch.
He's going to stay on the dirt even if they have the new rule, right? He's making this dirt a little deeper.
That's true. If you eliminate the grass in a particular area, does it count as standing on the dirt?
I think he's going to find out.
They put that rule in next year ago. 1-2 coming to Canna. It's up and away. 2-2. Eduardo Escobar waiting on deck. And Canna gets a slider, pulls it on the ground to third. And Drury's throw across the dump is true, and they're 2 out. So Lindor keeps rolling along, and now he's got a chance for his first 1-2-3 inning of the night. Lindor, 24 years old. Came out of TCU. First round pick in 2019, 7th overall. But like Hunter Green last night, a guy who's thrown very few professional innings. And yet here he is in the big leagues, coming back from the injured list and making his 4th major league start. And he comes inside and drills Escobar. And the Mets have a leadoff base, a 2-out base runner. Hunter Green had a pair of Mets last night, and now Escobar gets drilled. And it's 56 times now that the Mets have been hit. By the way, the Reds are second in getting hit. With their 1 tonight, they've now been hit 47 times.
That ball just kept creeping in on him. The way he throws across his body like that, his fastball rides. Just a little grazing blow right there. Easy for me to say up here, but a grazing blow to Escobar's elbow.
Definitely feels better up here.
It does. Even when they have the gear on, which I never had. So I don't remember what it feels like, but even with the gear on, you know it.
So here's McNeil, who drove one through the hole in the left his first time up, and they tightened up that hole a little bit this time. With Drury playing a little further off the line. No matter where they tighten the defense, Jeff seems to be destined to find the larger gap.
As a whole, now this bigger gap with Escobar being held on at first base.
And Jeff takes a fastball for strike, 0-1.
This guy seems like a tough guy for a left-hander to be able to stand and be able to pull the ball through that hole, but Jeff has a tendency to be able to do those types of things.
Is it because he drifts forward that he can get the ball further out front? Is that why he's able to pull it against the lefty?
It's unusual because the guy that drifts oftentimes jams himself, but he's able to drift to keep his hands back and then still throw the hands very quick bat speed. And it's like Ichiro used to do. I used to compare Jeff. Ichiro would seem like he was running in or slow and hit it the other way if it wasn't. Jeff does the same thing.
Dolo ahead of him 0-2. Throws a non-competitive slider 1-2. The thing about Ichiro is, watch him during batting practice when he wanted to. He could have hit 30 home runs every year if he wanted to.
He had impressive power.
Because they said the same thing about Wade Boggs. And Boggs had the 1 year where he decided he wanted to hit home runs, and he did. And then he went back to hitting 360 every year. 2-2 now to McNeil. Well, that's Ichiro. MVP and Rookie of the Year his first season in Seattle. That was the year they won 116 games to set the record. And he was the prime mover.
It's amazing career. And the 10 gold gloves to go with it. That's about everything he did. Don't play.
Great arm in addition to everything else. I mean, how many routine ground balls to short did he hit that he beat out?
Yeah. The only person I ever saw beat out routine ground balls to short was Bo Jackson. And that I only had a chance to see that from behind the plate a couple of times early on. But man, the explosive speed. And then Ichiro, because he was already 1 foot out of the box running, that ground ball short was as good as a hit.
I was going to say, Bo was even more impressive in that regard, and that he was a right-hand hitter.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Escobar is short late, and McNeil takes fastball up and away, and it's 3-2. I mean, Willie Wilson used to do that.
Willie Wilson is also from the left side, a little bit quicker than line. But Bo, I'll never forget a game. He had a hard chopper to Ozzie Smith. He bobbled it for a split second. It looked like Bo halfway down the line turned it on and beat it by a step. And then hit a Todd Morrell fastball in his eyes over the batter's eye in center field. I'm like, okay, you win.
And that was the second best sport.
Yeah.
Escobar gets set to run. McNeil lays off ball 4, and the Mets have 2 men on. So Lodolo got a hit on McNeil 0-2, lost it to a walk. And now the Mets have 2 out and 2 on from J.D. Davis. Second walk given up by Lodolo. I read something today that Bo's first big league home run came at Kauffman Stadium. He hit it 475 feet, and it remains the longest home run ever hit at Kauffman Stadium. Yeah. I mean, he didn't even have to get himself ready to play to show up and play baseball. How about the one he hit against Russell in the All-Star game?
It looked like I was watching that live on TV, and I remember thinking, oh, he flew out. And it just kept on going. It was no doubter of straight away. He's got, like, tremendous pop. But you said it might have been the second best score. It might have not even been the second best score. He does, I mean, whether track and field, ping pong, he's the most competitive guy that ever walked on a diamond. And can beat you at most things.
J.D. Davis, who had an opportunity in the second inning, struck out with runners in the corners. Now he bats with first and second and 2 out. And he moves his feet on the slider. So Lodolo all of a sudden pulling down a little bit on that slider and missing consistently to the glove side. And Piersky that time able to block it. Ball 1.
Jeff put together a good at bat and laid off some of those tough sliders, but as you're saying, he was pulling them all to that glove side. Might be something for David Bell to take a look at, considering, as we talked about, just coming off the IL.
You worry about it.
A little tired.
Yeah, fatigue at this point. He threw 78 pitches on his last rehab start, but you know, the pitches at the big league level could be a little bit more draining. He's at 71 so far in this game. And JD fouls off the changeup, and it's 1-1. It does not appear as though the Reds have anybody going in the bullpen. But it's hard to believe that he's going to go much beyond pitch count was 90. Back in April. 72 days since he last pitched in a big league game. A big out to get here in a scoreless game in the fourth against J.D. Davis. And J.D. with a half swing, he went around and it's 1-2. High fastball continues to befuddle J.D. Davis.
Pitchers know if they make a mistake and get it down in the zone, he may scald it, but if they keep it at the top of the zone, just his swing path makes that a tough one for him to hit. He can foul it off occasionally and stay in at bats, but it's a tough one for him to hit fair.
1-2 coming. Pops that one up and foul ground. Mustakas open for room. And he has it to retire the side. So J.D. fouls out, then straight 2 more. No score. PreGame and fun facts. Pitch usage for Max Scherzer so far this year. Tonight, he's throwing his fastball a little more than he normally does, and he starts off Tommy Pham with a fastball for a strike. It's 25 now of his 42 pitches tonight that have been the four-seam fastball. Pham grounded out to first base his first trip, and he gets a slider that he fouls off, and it's 0-2. Breakdown so far tonight.
Yeah, sometimes those are very, as we said, depending on a right-handed or left-handed dominant lineup. Because he does not like to throw the slider to lefties, and he doesn't throw the cutter to righties. He goes with the slider against the righties. You've seen him be effective with it against the right-handed hitters tonight.
To the Pham with Tyler Naquin on deck, Donovan Solano behind him. This is a threadbare Cincinnati lineup. They're 12th in the National League in runs scored. They've got a lot of people out of the lineup. Votto not playing tonight. Pham fouls with the slider. Much travel to Tommy Pham. This year in San Diego. Signed until late in spring training this year. Signed a one-year deal with the Reds. He called it his revenge tour. 2-2 coming. Pham is, as intense as Max Scherzer is, Tommy Pham might be right up here at the top of that Scherzer scale.
Well, we made light of it last night, but I think John Peterson would agree with you on that. When he's that intense about his fantasy football league, you know he's intense in the baseball field.
And the curveball popped up on the right side. Alonso taking charge of it. Scherzer going to get his way. He took care of it. I'm not sure where Max thought he was going, but he had that one all the way.
You can see by Max's reaction, he's like, oh yeah, I only covered the bag on the grab balls. He's shaking his head too. Like, this guy, well, you know what, that's what you get when you get Max. He knew the ball was going to the right side of the diamond. He's like, oh, I better be there. Oh, I'm going to catch it. I got it. Oh yeah, we got a first baseman. I'm going to let him out.
There was a great article that came out of The Athletic last week quoting a lot of Max's catchers over the years talking about Scherzer.
Oh, wow.
And the one common thread was basically, you know, this guy's a little crazy, right? And I think that, you know, the Mets who have been around him this year for the first time have tried to understand just, you know, how Max ticks. And there's the Max on the mound, and then there's the Max in the clubhouse and the one in the dugout. Aikman gets a breaking ball and moves into the right field for a base hit. So Tommy Aikman, his first game back from the injured list, gets curveball and picks up the second Cincinnati hit of the game.
Sits back on the curveball. Max gets it out over the plate, trying to get ahead. Aikman does a good job staying on it.
One out and one on. Now Donovan Solano jumped the base hit into center field, his first time up. Solano with that base hit snapped over for 14 stretch.
Those guys are saying, you want to talk to him? No. Okay. I think he's good.
And Solano went around on the half swing, nothing in one. I think Max decides when somebody comes to visit.
Yeah, I told him last time, and you know, that was May 18th. He said, all right, come, I'm done. Otherwise, that makes Max get out of jams.
Slider in for a strike, 0-2 to Solano. I mean, nobody wanted to visit Bob Gibson on the mound either. No. His general reaction was, what are you doing here?
Yeah, most of the time, Bob Gibson carried the ball until the game was over. Until
we did have 28 complete games one year.
Yeah.
Aikman at first with one out. Coming off a quad injury, not likely to be running much, you would think. And Solano with a wave and a miss, and Scherzer just dominated him with his slider. 6 strikeouts now for Scherzer, 2 out of the inning.
Well, that kind of goes to the point. He swings at this like he's looking for a fastball, got fooled. Even after seeing 2 good sliders, still not quite ready for that slider. That's the Max effect.
So 2 out now, Moustakas, who was hit by a pitch his first time up. And he takes a changeup for a strike.
You know, guys, the really interesting thing about Scherzer, though, you talk about nobody wanting to bother him during his start. But as soon as he's done with his start, he's actually very open to debriefing in that moment with everybody, pitching coaches, fellow pitchers. He said that's when it's fresh in everybody's mind what they saw, and I want to know what they saw right then and there.
And that's what I was saying about getting used to who he is on the mound, who he is in the dugout, who he is in the clubhouse, right? He wants that debriefing, just as he does with other pitchers when they come out of games. And then there's the Max in the clubhouse who will argue about just about anything.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to know much more about the fact that he's been kicked out twice in his career, both times when he wasn't pitching. So he's intense in the dugout, in the clubhouse, and especially on the mound.
And on the stock is 0-2, and the curveball bounces in, and McCann keeps it in front of him, 1-2.
But I have been really impressed watching, as we knew he had to be a student of the game, but watching how intently he watches his other pitchers pitch and what he sees in them. I'm sure not afraid to give his thoughts if he sees something going wrong, but it's great the way he's engaged in every pitch, even when he's not on the mound.
He's also not the only one on the this pitching staff who does that. I mean, Chris Bassett has been a fly on the wall in almost every pitching conversation. Back foot slider, and he went around strike 3. So Scherzer fans Moustakas, his 7th strikeout of the first 4 innings. No score after 4. Double pony, double one.
Geico Sportsnet.
I don't see one. Max hopes not.
On the latest Mets Mike Connor Rogers and Joe DeMeo discussed Scherzer's return to Browns rehab and the next steps for Francisco Alvarez after his promotion to AAA. Subscribe and listen to the Mets Pod wherever you get your podcasts. West Binghamton is the home of carousel and those rumble ponies. This is in Cincinnati. This carousel is down by the river.
Technically, there would have to be a rumble pony on here in some way, shape, or form, right? Because they're all made, or at least originated.
There's a pig and a leopard and a gorilla, so why not a rumble pony? David McCann leads off against Nick Lodolo, who a little surprisingly still out there for the 5th inning, but he's pitched so well. They're going to maybe push him a little past what they had expected for a pitch count. McCann and a comebacker. Strand a couple in the second. He's late on the fastball, and it's 1-1. McCann, Demo, and Marte as the Mets look to break through against the rookie left-hander Lodolo, who's been outstanding so far. He's had base runners in every inning, but he struck out 7 through the first 4 innings. As has Scherzer. He's been a strikeout-laden first 4 innings of this game. He hits the inside corner with the fastball. It's 1-2. Joe Kuhl, the first man out of the bullpen for the Reds. And Skip just fouled. Cam starting his 6th game since coming off the injured list with a broken hamate bone. Nick Lodolo, just his 4th big league start, and hit a duel with Max Scherzer. And McCann goes down swinging on the outside fastball. That's 8 strikeouts for Lodolo, matching his career high.
He's been impressive. That fastball up in the zone, you can see him kind of ride up. Going back to the Trevor Rogers comparison, I think it's a pretty good one. Trevor Rogers, very smooth delivery, and the ball kind of pops on you. Lodolo, similar with his fastball.
So 1 out. Now the Mets start their third time around the batting order against Lodolo. Nemo's been up twice and struck out both times. And this time he tries to drag a bunt and bounce it off. To give you an idea of just how good Lodolo has been. And we'll have to try something a little different to try and get on base. Mets have had just 3 hits in this game, all singles.
He throws Nimmo on the fastball in his first at bat for the strikeout, and then got him on the slider, which he doesn't seem to be picking up all that well, at least so far.
He's got plenty of company in that regard. Lodolo has been a little more inconsistent with the slider the last 2 innings. That slider's popped foul off to the right. So Papierski, the catcher, after chasing that foul pop-up, checked out his dance card and then put it back in his pocket. And now he's sending out the pitch comp signs, and it's chopped over the mound. Reynolds hustles in to get it and throws out Nimmo 2 out. I'm just not sure with a runner at second base. With no runner at second base, why would the catcher be checking his pitch card?
From the time you said that until right now, I don't have any idea. I'm trying to think that myself. It's an odd strap that he's got.
I think what he's got is an earpiece, for the pitch comp.
So he's able to hear make sure that he's hearing the same thing that his pitcher is hearing.
Oh yeah, the most important person in terms of hearing the sign is the catcher, because if he calls the wrong one, he's got to change it.
Crossing himself up.
Yeah. There's Marte, who's had the best at bats against Lodolo so far. He walked and stole a base in the first, then hit a 110-mile-an-hour rope to center field for a base hit in the third. Batting with 2 out and nobody on. I mean, Papierski's got all the bases covered, right? He's got the pitch card in his back pocket. He's got the pitch comm on his knee. And he's got the fingernails painted for when he has to actually put down a sign.
Exactly. Well, you never know. Some guys may not like the pitch comp, so he's got the nails painted for maybe some of the relievers that come in and don't like to use it.
Some of the relievers who might be a little short-sighted. Fastball in for a strike, 2-1.
I tell you, I've never used the nail polish. There's times I wish I had, as a couple of cross-ups would indicate. But, never got to that.
It's always something new, Tom. Marte fouls off the fastball. It's 2-2.
I wonder if there's ever going to be a time where the pitch comp can be delivered from the pitcher to the catcher, so that the pitcher can just call his own game and go.
Seems like the best idea, doesn't it?
Right.
If you're gonna go to the trouble to have the pitch comp, let the pitcher do it.
Especially guys like Bassett and Max that know what they want to do all the time at the same time.
Well, especially with the pitch clock coming. And Slider runs in, and he held the swing in time 3-2. Right, you're going to have to save time in terms of getting through the signs if you have a 14-second pitch clock. So it would certainly make more sense for the pitcher to be able to call that directly and cut out the middleman.
Or if they're just worried about where they would keep it. Could it be on a belt? Could it be somewhere on their glove?
Outside, ball 4, and Marte's on for the third time. So with everybody else struggling against Lodolo, Marte's had some good at-bats. That's the third walk for Lodolo, and David Bell on his way to the mound with Lodolo at 89 pitches, which is one shy of his season high. It looks like he has reached the end of the line. Quite an impressive outing. First time off the injured list for Lodolo. His first start in 72 days, and holds the Mets scoreless for 4 2/3. Now Bell has to go to his incendiary bullpen. Joel Kuno will come on. No score in the fifth. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Visa. Kuno comes out of the bullpen for Cincinnati to face Francisco Lindor with Marte at first and 2 out. Lindor struck out twice against Lodolo. Now he turns around about left-handed and takes a fastball away from Kuno. Kuno came out of the baseball program at the University of Texas Arlington, the school that produced Dylan G. And Lindor pops one up into shallow center. On comes Senzel. He's going to call. And he uses 2 hands to put it away and retire the side. Kuno gets one big out, keeps it a scoreless game halfway through. For a strike as we start the bottom of the 5th. Senzel flying out to right his first time. Lower third of the order, Senzel, Reynolds, and Papierski for Scherzer in the 5th. The results have obviously been exactly what the Mets and Scherzer would have hoped for in his first start back from the injured list. But do you see anything different about Max tonight compared to the first 8 starts before he got hurt?
I really don't. I mean, I think he doesn't really look like he's going to super maximum effort. And he usually does that when he gets in 6th or 7th inning, when he's laboring a little bit and then he pushes himself. So far, he seemed very smooth. He's using all of his pitches. He's got good command. It looks like he's feeling good out there.
Senzel chases the slider for strike 3. That is 8 strikeouts now for Scherzer, including his last 3 hitters. For the best coverage of the game, let's check out the T-Mobile coverage cam.
Well, to that point, he's using all of his pitches. The slider against the right-handers, the cutter against the lefties, using the fastball, dropping the curveball in to get ahead, and then going to that slider just like he just did again against Senzel to get the punch out.
So 1 out of the 5th, and now Matt Reynolds takes a fastball away from 0-1. Speaking of aces, I think Sunday in the last game against the Marlins, the Mets will see Sandy Alcantara. Tonight, Alcantara was matched up against Noah Syndergaard and the Angels. Paul Alcantara, 8 innings, no runs, 2 hits, no walks, 10 strikeouts.
He's a bona fide ace, that guy, and he makes it look easy, like I was talking about with Jacob DeGrom, or guys like Max. Max looks like a Max and Pepper guy at times. Jacob looks like the ball just flies out of his hand. Compton the same way, and I watched him from behind the plate at Citi Field recently, down low, and it was really impressive to see the movement on the ball.
Get the call on that last pitch, and now he misses away. He's falling behind Reynolds 3-1. And that is the first 3-ball count of the night for Max. Number 9 hitter Papierski on deck. He throws a 3-1 slider, gives it in.
That's what I'm talking about right there. I'll throw that at any time, which is why it's hard to sit on it. You've got to consider he's going to come at you and give you a fastball. At some point in that bat, you try to beat it if he makes a mistake.
You got Reynolds looking at a fastball his first time up. And he gets him looking at a fastball again. Again, he set up Reynolds to be looking for the slider, and Reynolds was frozen pizza.
I tried to warn him not to look for the slider. That's what makes him so tough. He's got a lot of weapons, but he can use them at any point, and they're all very, very good weapons. A little tail on that fastball.
You see the shake of the head from Reynolds like he did the same thing to me again.
I thought he'd do something different this time, no?
9 strikeouts for Max, 1 shy of his season high. Here's Papierski, who fouled out to first base his first time, and he takes a first pitch curveball for a strike. I mean, this is fun to watch.
Yeah, Max is definitely firing on all cylinders, using all of his pitches, getting ahead. As you said, only 1 3-ball count.
And you can certainly make the case that he's not exactly facing the 27 Yankees tonight, but it doesn't matter. He's been so dominant.
No, it's not just the results. It's the location of the pitches. It's the pound of the strike zone. It's the movement on the pitches. He's got it all going.
Going to Papierski. Struck him out. Got him with a changeup. Scherzer strikes up the side of the fifth. He's fanned 5 in a row. 10 for the night. An overwhelming performance in his first start back through 5.
Hey guys, so I'm just about to leave for work. Scherzer has 10 strikeouts already. He can pitch 7 innings, no doubt, with his pitch count so low. So once again, guys, thank you guys for keeping that stream rolling in the chat, guys. I'll talk to you guys in the chat. I'll see you guys next time. Let's get some runs from Max Scherzer, 10 strikeouts already. See you guys next time. Have a good night, guys. Let's go Mets.
We start the 6th inning in a scoreless game, and And Joel Kudel gets a slider in for a strike to Pete Alonso. I think Pete's awfully happy that Lodolo's out of the game.
Yeah, I think no matter who comes in, he probably say, okay, I'm going to see something different now.
But he wasn't happy with that first call by Alex McKay on the slider from Kudel. It misses with a sinker, and it's 1-1. Lodolo went 4 2/3, no runs, 3 hits, 3 walks, 8 strikeouts, and hit batsman a wild pitch, 89 pitches, a very successful return from the injured list for Lodolo. And even better for Scherzer. It's a corner strike. 2. Scherzer, 10 strikeouts tonight, the 107th time in his career he's gotten to double digits. With that, he's moved past John Smoltz into 18th place on the all-time strikeout list. He's bounced down to 3rd, coming in to sweep it up as Drury on the shortstop. And gets Alonso by a stride all the way. He's hit coming into the 9th. Scherzer past Smoltz. And then he was 14 behind CC Sabathia. I didn't think he was going to have a chance to catch CC tonight.
I didn't either. I thought you were just mentioning that for his next time out. But you never know.
I mean, I don't know how much longer we're going to let Max go. But he keeps on moving up. He was ahead of Verlander when the year began, but with his stint on the injured list, Verlander leapfrogged over him. Now Max will have to chase him down again. Of the guys ahead of him on the list, every single one of them, other than Clemens and Sabathia, is in the Hall of Fame.
Schilling, the only other one, right? Yeah, but yeah,
Among the guys who were eligible, Schilling and Clemens.
Yeah, that's pretty serious company right there.
Well, 5 years after Max retires, there won't be too many not in his corner as far as the vote for Cooperstown is concerned.
Agreed, and there'll be hard to chase him down. There's a lot of strikeouts nowadays. Nobody has the strikeouts for longevity like Max did.
Well, when you consider that for the longest time, Walter Johnson had the record at 35.08, and Milton Ryan outstripped him by 2,200. The game changed.
Yes.
Cannon 1 for 2 tonight on a base hit back in the second. And Cole gets that in for a strike, and Cannon didn't like the call. So we've got a couple of unhappy customers with the home plate umpire McKay. Cannon does not argue off it, did not let that go easily.
Very similar pitch to the first pitch to Pete. High, maybe caught the very tip top of the zone and away on the little slider that just didn't look very good.
That just missed.
That could have been makeup right there because that would look better than either of the two the Mets have been complaining about. Yeah, that ball's right down the middle. The catcher just set up outside, so it didn't make it look as good.
It's their first time seeing Alex McKay behind the plate. 2 rookie umpires on this crew. 2-2 to Canada with Escobar on deck. And Mark taps that one over the mound. In comes India. And quick throw, he throws away. Canada is safe at first. Did that ball go out of play? I thought it might have. And the umpires can talk about it. If it went out of play, then Canada gets second base, and they're going to send it to second. So the ball apparently went into and out of the dugout. And so on the error, Canada winds up at second base.
Kenny hustling down the line. India comes up, made kind of a strange throw from his hip. It just got past. Stock has no reason he should have not made that play. Stock is not communicating out to get it. It could have been in a better position. He was leaning in and didn't really enable himself to get to it. And as you see, bounced in the dugout, as we talked about. If it had bounced up and off the screen, then it would have remained in play.
No, over the dugout screen is out of play.
And that, it would have to be further past the photo well, right?
Exactly.
Got it.
That would be in play. So they're going to score the base hit for Canada, and then an error allowing it to advance. So runner in scoring position for Escobar, trying to break the scoreless tie. And Eduardo pounds one foul. 1-1. Escobar is fly deep to left and been hit by a pitch. It's chances with runners in scoring position in the first, the second, and the fourth against Madolo that came up empty. Now a chance against Criminal here in the sixth after India's error. And Escobar flies one out to left center field. Again for Cincinnati. Second is Canna. Goes scoot over to third. Escobar flies out. Canna in third with two down. Here's your high-speed hitting tonight. Marte has the hardest hit ball by far tonight. Brought to you by Spectre Ball. That was his base hit to center field back in the third. We got the left-hand hitter McNeil coming up, and David Bell has a left-hander up in the bullpen. So he's going to make a pitching change. Scoreless game of the sixth. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Nissan. We'll be right back to Cincinnati. Mr. Red, I think you're a little off base.
Yeah. The only thing they got going, they've been around a little longer.
I mean, well, has Mr. Red actually been around longer than Mr. Met? I don't think so. I think that Mr. Red was actually modeled after Mr. Met.
Okay, well, then they're companies.
Yeah. And let's face it, Mr. Red's a little scary looking. Road Ahead is brought to you by your home for the Mets on the radio, WCBS News Radio 880, and anywhere on the Odyssey app. Night game tomorrow, then the Mets go home and play 4 with the Marlins, and right back out for a big series in Atlanta next week. See, I mean, he's a little
seems like he should be part of a barbershop quartet, really, right?
Yeah, but I'm not sure which part.
The bass.
Ross Detweiler in for the second straight night to face Jeff McNeil, and he gets a fastball in for a strike.
Detweiler, obviously the seasoned veteran we talked about last night, trying to catch me in teams. He's got another one to go. He's got 10 teams under his belt.
Yeah, 10 last night. He still has 10.
Still has 10.
Has not moved since last night. McNeil's been on base twice with a single and a walk, trying to get that elusive run home from third. And he hits it in the air to shallow center. Sits out with plenty of time to get there. And that returns the sign. So Detweiler gets the out. That keeps the Mets off the board. No score going to the bottom of the sixth. Final game of the series tomorrow. David Peterson against Graham Ashcraft. Jonathan India trying to butt his way on, ran into the ball, but was still in the batter's box. So that's a foul ball. India trying to do something to upset Max Scherzer's rhythm. Scherzer has struck out 10, including 7 of the 9 the last time through the bag. And India twice in this game. And that's grounded down to third. Escobar comes in to handle the hop. 1 out. Scherzer not only thriving in his first outing back from the injured list, but pitching one of his best games of the year.
Yes, indeed. As we said, he's had all the pitches working for him. He's getting ahead of the count, making this Reds lineup chase him. As we've said a number of times, is following some of these hitters, especially that slider to the right-handers.
It's the most dangerous hitter in the lineup right now for Cincinnati, Brandon Drury. Tonight he's grounded out and struck out, and he takes a fastball for a strike. Max has not walked a batter. He struck out 10. He did hit a batter. That was in the second. He hit Moustakas. He's given up 2 singles, and he's now retired the last 6. And he crowds Drury. It's off the plate, a ball and a strike.
That's a good spot for Drury. He likes to get extended. He had a little bit of trouble with that ball in. Max tried to go in there earlier in the game against him just to show him, and then went back out with the slider.
Interesting to see what limit they wind up putting on Scherzer tonight. He threw 80 in his last rehab start, 75 so far tonight. Pitching in a scoreless game in the 6th inning. And Drury pops one up behind first base. Alonso should have room. And he does. 2 out. So that's 7 in a row for Scherzer. And now we'll take on Tommy Pham, who's grounded out and popped up 0 for 2. His pop-up was Scherzer's odd moment of the night. The one Alonso caught near first base, and Scherzer almost plowed into him.
Kind of like Little League. He's like, hey, I'm getting everything I can get to.
Say he's Kelly Leak.
I think he feels like Kelly Leak at times. I'm sure he figures he can probably hit the home run if needed as well.
No, he doesn't have to anymore. And slider in for a strike to Pham, and it's quickly 0-2. He's treating the Reds like a bunch of Hartford yard goats. 0-2 coming to Pham. Struck him out. Number 11 for Max Scherzer. A new season high. Back with a vengeance. No score after 6. think he's happy about it, but I believe that Max Scherzer is done after 6 innings and 79 pitches, 6 scoreless, 2 hits, no walks, 11 strikeouts, like he never left.
He's just so funny, so intense. He's doing a little something in that top lip, and he's just ranting to Hefner about being pulled out of this game, even though it's got to be a great feeling for him to have such great success and great command tonight.
Well, I'd love to see the Mets get a run for him. Scoreless game as we start the 7th. J.D. Davis leading off against Ross Detweiler, who came in to get the last out of the 6th. And J.D. pops one foul. They'll go out and play. Well, Joely Rodriguez is up in the Mets bullpen. Joely is now the only lefty in the Mets pen, with Chase and Shreve having been designated for assignment today. Make room for Scherzer. Mets have 4 moves coming the next couple of days. They've had David Peterson coming off the paternity list tomorrow, and hopefully sometime in the next week, Chris Bassett coming back from the COVID injury list. But Scherzer's back, and he has made his presence felt tonight. 0-2 coming to Davis. And it's up and away from Detweiler. A ball, 2 strikes. James McCann on deck, and then Brandon Nimmo for the Mets in the 7th. Mets have been held to just 4 hits. Nick Lodolo pitched very well for his 4 2/3 innings. Struck out 8. Joel Kuhnel worked a scoreless inning, and Detweiler came in to strand a runner at 3rd in the 6th. That's the big hit in this game. And Davis goes down on strikes. Second time JD's been struck out tonight. 1 out of the 7. Let's check in with the studio. David McEnany's got a game break. David, it's yours.
Thanks, Gary. Phillies hosting the Nationals. Kyle Schwarber leading off for the Phils and sending this one right down Broad Street for his 24th of the year. His next at-bat in the 3rd. He hits it deep to right, and it stays fair. That made it 2-0. All Philly right now. Gary, it's 11-0 at the top of the 7th.
Schwarber now with the National League lead in home runs by 3 over Alonso. He's got 25, beats 22. Here's James McCann, who's 0 for 2, comebacker and a strikeout. Facing the veteran Detweiler, and he takes a strike. That's about 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position in this game, revisiting an issue that's been plaguing them for a couple of weeks. McCann hits a fastball at the end of the bat. It's 0-2. Here's the 0-2 coming to McCann. And he fouled back the high fastball from Detweiler. The Mets have one of their aces back in the barn. Scherzer magnificent tonight. Jacob deGrom will make his 2nd rehab start from St. Lucie on Friday. Probably be somewhere in the rotation, right, coming out of the All-Star break. The way it's looking right now. So the pitching is getting back into the shape it's supposed to be in. Now the Mets offense has to follow suit. Not been a great couple of weeks for the Mets offense.
More strikeouts, too, that they have been accustomed to early on, making sort of a habit of making sure that they put the ball in play, finding ways to put the ball in play, and putting pressure on the defense. That hasn't been as much the case for the last couple of weeks.
And drawing fewer walks as well. They're still 2nd in the league in on-base percentage, but only 10th now in walks. 0-2 coming to McCann. He fouls back the slider.
Interesting, too, with that, having weighted a little bit the walks, they still are having long at-bats. They're creating a lot of deep counts, a lot of long at-bats. They're just not having the success at the end of those at-bats that they were earlier on.
Sixth pitch of the at-bat to McCann. And again, he fouls one back. Well, the Marlins held on. They took Alcantara out after 8 scoreless innings. And they held on to beat the Angels 2-1. Well, the Syndergaard took the loss in that game. Alcantara on 9-3. So is he your starter for the All-Star game? Or is it Tony Gonsolin?
Gonsolin's been so good. I mean, he's got great support there in LA, but he's been
10-0, 1.5.
I think he's the starter still. Alcantara is right there with him.
And McCann pops one up. Indy on the outfield rim. 2 out. I mean, to me, Alcantara is the guy. I mean, Gonsolin's having a really nice year. But Alcantara's an established ace, and I always am more inclined to look beyond a half a season if there's a tiebreaker.
I can understand that. I mean, he has proven himself as a bona fide ace on a team that is not at the top of the division, not scoring a lot of runs, all of the things that he has to continue to be better than everybody else to continue his dominance. But Gonsolin's having a great year, but I don't disagree with you on that. I'd love to see Sandy start that All-Star game.
He needs a little more notoriety. You know, he's not looked to as an ace the way some pitchers in baseball are, at least not yet.
No, he two-hit the Mets, I think, a couple of years ago, and it kind of really recognized just the stuff. It wasn't just that somebody got lucky and held them to 2 hits when they were swinging the bats well, but it's his stuff, it's his presence.
Everyone takes a high strike and it's 1-1. And we saw it the last time that he faced the Mets, his imperturbability. He doesn't make bad calls. He just has such a great mound presence. As you hope to see Alcantara on Sunday in the final game of that series.
I mean, he also pitches at times in front of a very erratic defense, and there's mistakes made behind him. He grabs the ball. You never see him show a guy up.
To the demo. Rough night for Brandon after a big night last night. Got a 3-run homer. Was on base 3 times. Tonight he struck out twice and grounded out. Detweiler's faced 3 and retired all 3. Not trying to get through the top of the 7th. 1-2 to Nimmo. And it's hit up the middle, base hit. That time he finally got a slider to hit. Nimmo hits one back up the middle for a 2-out single. And now they bring a right-hander into face Marte. I think that's exactly what David Bell's going to do.
It's a good job by Brandon right there. He does such a good job usually staying deep when he has 2 strikes, not letting the off-speed beat him.
Well, twice already in this game, David Bell has made a move with 2 out in an inning to get the platoon advantage, and he's going to do it again. Jeff Hoffman will come in to face Starling Marte. Scoreless game in the 7th. We'll be right back. Jeff Hoffman on to face starting Marte, who's been on base 3 times in this game, 2 walks and a single. Emma at first with 2 out. Last night, for the first time this season, attempted to steal second base, and he was caught stealing. Let's see why they bring in the right-hander to face Marte, the way he has torn up lefties so far this year, and again tonight. And Starling takes a slider for a strike, 0-1. Jeff Hoffman used to be a starter in Colorado, now has found his niche as a reliever in Cincinnati, and he's having as good a year as anybody in that Reds bullpen. And that one hits Marte or his bat. It's his bat. Foul ball.
Got a piece of the bat, got a piece of the catcher. Piersky taking a minute right there.
Did it hit you? And Marte shaking his head and saying no.
Close to the hands, though. Maybe at the knob. I thought it got above the hands, but maybe at the knob. Hoffman uses his changeup a little bit more than sliders, dish curveball, just the 3 pitches. 4-seamer.
He used to be a big curveball guy, but no more since he moved to the bullpen. And the fastball foul back.
I wonder if that might also have something to do with Colorado, because I think there's a lot of guys in Colorado that ditch their slider because the slider stays in the same plane a lot. The curveball you have to take a lot more often, but you can get more depth to it. I heard Taijuan Walker talked about using his curveball in Colorado more effectively than his slider.
Yeah, terrific start out there. Jeff Hoffman, who grew up in Latham, New York. Jason on demo. First round pick by the Blue Jays back in 2014. Never pitched for Toronto in the big leagues. He was traded to Colorado in the Troy Tulowitzki deal, the infamous Troy Tulowitzki deal. 0-2 coming. And Marte punches one into center field for a base hit. Demo around second. He'll stop there as Senzel gets up with it quickly. So Marte's aboard for the 4th straight time. Just reached out and smacked it into center field.
He's done such a good job of that recently, just finding a way to put the ball in play. As we talked about, this Mets team has done well all season. A little drought with that, but that ball's off the plate, tough slider. Doesn't try to pull it, just punches it into center.
Marte right now is swinging as hot bat as anybody in the Mets lineup. 394 over the last 9 games. Sends it up for Lindor. With a big night last night with 2 hits, including a home run, but he's been held in check tonight. 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a flyout. Mets are 0 for 7 in this game with runners in scoring position. They've got another opportunity here. Lindor facing Hoffman for the first time. Nimmo at second, Marte at first with 2 down. And Lindor takes a changeup down for ball 1. The hour growing late. Scherzer done for the night after 6 stellar innings. And now the Mets trying to get him a run before they go to the bullpen. Pops it up. Should be room for Papierski. Sheds the mask, takes the catch, side retired. Lindor down on his knees in disgust. And the Mets now 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Still no score.
Tomorrow, Peter Lund.
Scherzer story tonight.
Indeed.
6 brilliant innings. Now he gives way to Joely Rodriguez in the 7th.
Joely, as you said, now the sole left-hander in that bullpen.
Worked an inning and a third on Sunday. Allowed no runs and no hits. Tommy Hunter getting up behind him. Tyler Naquin leading off. In the bottom of the 7th, he has one of the 2 hits for the Reds tonight. He singled to right on a Scherzer curveball in the 4th inning. And he gets jammed on a fastball and fouls it off, and it's 0-2. Scherzer threw 79 pitches over 6 innings, no runs, 2 hits, no walks, 11 strikeouts. A hit batsman. I mean, I'm laughing because who comes back from the injured list after 7 weeks and pitches like that?
Max does, and the only disappointing thing in the whole night is he's going to get a no decision.
Hey, he'll be okay with that as long as the Mets figure out a way to win this game. Let's try to get a win for Buck Showalter and get him another notch on the managerial wins list. Swing and a miss, Naquin down on the slider from Rodriguez, and that's the first out of the 7th. Buck has 1,601 wins, which is 22nd all time. He's one behind Fred Clark, who was the longtime manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates in the early 20th century. Also managed the Louisville Cardinals in the latter part of the 19th century. As Buck said, passing lots of guys who are no longer with us. Here's Donovan Solano. And he takes a strike. Solano had a base hit to center field in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th against Scherzer. Around the 3rd, backhanded by Escobar, makes the long toss on track and 2 out. So Rodriguez comes in and easily handles the first 2. Back on Sportsnet after post-game tonight. Lots more on Max Scherzer's return. Oh, Todd, Twitter tips?
Oh, no.
What is that all about?
That can't be for me.
It says right there, Todd Zeal's Twitter tips.
Does that mean I'm doing a special? They're just going to mock me because they know how terrible I am on social media.
Because you're not there, they feel free to say whatever they want. Right? Things that they might not say if you were in the studio.
Okay, well, I'm going to spoil it. My greatest Twitter tip is I read them like at 4 o'clock in the morning once every 3 or 4 weeks. And then I like things that were, days or weeks old.
I see.
And then I get mocked by all of my friends in the studio.
So you're behind the curve. You're not in the moment as Twitter demands.
I'm definitely not trending, let's put it that way.
Because if you don't respond to something within the first 30 minutes on Twitter, Twitter is on to something else.
Oh my gosh, I've never seen it. I think at times I'm responding to something in real time. And real time, to me, is very different than Twitter real time, I've found out.
So you're going to have to find another medium. One and 2 to Moustakas.
Tony Express is more my speed.
And he struck him out with a high fastball. Quite an inning for Joely Rodriguez. Picks up with Scherzer left off. That's 13 strikeouts through 7 innings for that pitcher. After 7, no score.
I don't care who you are. I don't care that you in the back of your jersey. I'm coming. That's my mentality. No matter who I face, we're just going to grind you until you break.
It is.
Archway.
Impressive. Nicely lit as well.
Robley bridge, I said lit. As well as lights. Pilatto leads off in the 8th inning against Jeff Hoffman. We got the last out of the 7th. He goes swinging the fastball, 0-1. 12-9 for Pete so far. He's gone 0 for 3. Struck out twice against Perdomo. And grounded out against Joel Kuhl in the 6th. It's been held just 6 hits in this game. They've gone 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position and find themselves in a scoreless game. Swings through another fastball, and it's 0-2, and he just looks a little off balance right now.
He does. He looks like almost, once in a while, when his timing gets off, it's almost two parts. His body goes in front of his hands, and they're not working quite in unison, but he can change that in a very quick second, as we've seen.
Marcana on deck, then Eduardo Escobar for the Mets in the 8th. Hoffman throws a 52-foot breaking ball. Hoffman, the 4th Cincinnati pitcher of the night. Let's try to find a way to scarf a run. Last night they put up 7 runs and 12 hits. A couple of home runs along the way. They're all completely in check tonight. No extra base hits. 1-2 coming. And the breaking ball fouled off. He just barely was able to reach that.
It's funny, I watch Pete, and I can tell he's got a lot of internal dialogue going. He visualizes, he gets himself ready, takes a big breath. But on that ball, which he fished for and was able to just get a piece of it, you saw him nodding his head afterwards, like, okay, I got that. I was able to fight it off. I'm back in the count. Sometimes I think that pushes his confidence up for the remainder of the at-bat.
It's not around right up the shortstop Reynolds. Alonso retired one out. Let's see what's coming up on PointsBet Postgame Live. Todd's here, so that means Jim Ducat's will carry out. Guys.
All right, Gary, we thank you. Postgame show on the way. You know that MAX SCHERZER was pretty good tonight.
Boy, I'll tell you what, a lot to talk about with that, but especially how good his slider was. We'll talk about that afterwards.
All right, now we'll see if the Mets can get a run or 2 or more, Gary. And Todd, we'll see you guys soon.
All right, we'll check in on Twitter.
Yeah, I'll be behind the trend.
Here's Marcana, who has 2 of the Mets' 6 hits. An infield single his last time up. Got as far as third, but was left stranded. And fans trying to get some cheer going. There's a lot of noise at the ballpark tonight. It's only 13,000 plus on hand. Other than Scherzer's exploits, there hasn't been a whole lot to scream about.
The Reds fans will like what they saw out of young Manolo, but not a lot to cheer about.
From striking for one more to count. He just went to the dugout, took his helmet, and slammed it down the front step. He's not a happy camper. It's as rough a night as Pete's had at the plate in quite some time. Kind of swings through the fastball. 1-2. Cincinnati pitchers have struck out 9. A ballpark that generally produces a lot of offense. There's been none tonight. 1-2 coming. That slider goes to the backstop. I mean, I wonder how many games in the 20 years at Great American Ballpark have featured 0 extra base hits.
That's a great question. Two-sided shutouts, at least thus far, but not a lot of those either. 0 extra base hits, so that's hard to do here.
6 singles for the Mets, 2 singles for the Reds. That's been it. 2-2 coming to Cannon. And he got him looking. Fastball. Cannon is frozen. And there is strikeout number 10 for Cincinnati pitching. 2 out.
checked something on the outer half, got himself out over his front foot, and got through.
So 2 out and nobody on, and here's Escobar. Eduardo's hit 2 flat balls tonight, also been hit by a pitch, 0 for 2 after driving in a run in 4 straight games. He had a home run in each of the 3 games against Texas over the weekend. And an RBI single in the game last night. So he's driven in 7 runs in the last 4 games. And the Mets could use a long ball from him right now. Escobar, though, 0 for 9 in his career against Hoffman with 6 strikeouts. 2 balls and no strikes. Reds have Hunter Strickland up in the bullpen. He's been serving as their closer of late with all the turmoil in their bullpen. Reds have Tommy Hunter getting ready in their bullpen to pitch the bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 8th, excuse me. Escobar gets off the hands out to right field. And Naquin comes on to get it. And retires the sign. 1, 2, 3 at the top of the 8th, and on we go. Still a scoreless game in Cincinnati.
Let's go again. That's what that's part of his art form. He makes the guys feel comfortable with great collective effort.
We'll take it. Well, Tommy Hunter's going to get the bottom of the 8th for the Mets in a scoreless game.
A little unusual not to see Adam Ottavino in this spot, but Tommy Hunter did a very good job in his role, fulfilling his role since he's been back here with the Mets. 1.50 ERA. Uses his fastball and his slider and the outside part of the play very effectively.
Finally gave up a run his last outing. A home run by Leody Tavares, first run he had allowed as a Met, making C.J. Ninkowski very happy. C.J.'s back to having the most innings as a Met without giving up another run.
And how many is CJ?
5 2/3.
5 2/3.
Tommy had him. He was like 14 before he gave up a run. Foul by Senzel, and it's 1-1. Nick Senzel's fly out and struck out. The Reds have been limited to just 2 singles. Both came against Max Scherzer in his 6 innings. Rodriguez worked a 1-2-3 7th, and now Hunter in the 8th. I'm wondering what's going on with Ottavino. We had a feeling he'd be down last night after working twice in 3 days, but after not working last night, it's a little strange he's not in there tonight. It's called strike 1 and 2. They wonder if there's something brewing with Adam. We assume that Edwin Diaz is fully available tonight after not pitching last night. His only duty in 2 days has been to take the lineup card to home plate. There's Adam. He's in the bullpen. Just not being called on. That's it. Past the line to right field. The base hit for Senzel with a couple of hits and put a home run last night. As the Reds' third hit of this game, leaving one aboard with nobody out.
Senzel has that unusual swing we talked about last night, getting all the catches interference, waits way back, doesn't really strike forward, and then swings from his heels, which is why he hits so deep, but makes him effective driving the ball to right field.
All right, so if you're David Bell here, you've got your 8-9 hitters up. Would you want Reynolds and then pitch in with Bono?
I don't know that David Bell would do that at this point, but it's not a bad move. But to have Joey Votto coming off the bench, I just don't see David trying to play for the one-run game right now. So Reynolds was good last night. He's had some good at-bats.
Senzel in steal base has got 5 this year. Escobar in a couple of steps on the grass at third, just in case Reynolds is bunting. And he takes a strike. Reynolds was twice called out on strikes against Scherzer. Similar situations both times. Set him up with sliders and then got him looking at a fastball.
He did it. The second time he went away shaking his head, like, okay, how did he do that to me again?
Piersky, the switch hitting catcher, hitting 9th on deck. I think this is a little way ball strike. The appearance of Hunter here in the 8th certainly simplifies the need for Trevor May to get healthy. He's found a way. He was such an important piece in this bullpen going into the season. Even though he wasn't at the top of his game coming out of the chute this year, he's an important guy to have at Buck's disposal in the 7th inning.
Yeah, he is for sure. Just adds length to that bullpen. He's the guy that's used to that spot, coming in high leverage situations. And as you said, he just wasn't quite himself. You could see him laboring a lot of times to get through some innings.
1-2 coming. Reynolds fouls it back. Lugo pitched last night. He got the save, so often Seth is not available to go back-to-back days. Drew Smith worked last night. Those are the guys who generally would be called upon on the beat. Lugo Smith in this spot, but it's Hunter. Buck is called on here. Ty made them. 1-2 to Matt Reynolds. And the breaking ball fouled off. Just a remarkable story that he's even back out of the big leagues again after major back surgery last year. And he could barely move because so bad. Here he is, not only recovered from back surgery, but pitching to major league hitters and doing it effectively. Now 36 years old. Pitched for Buck in Baltimore earlier in his career. Just plays straight up against Reynolds, who's an all-fields hitter. And he takes the cutter off the plate. It's 2-2. Reynolds played 2 innings in right field for the Mets on April 24th. Or April 16th against the Diamondbacks. That was his only action as a Met, then he was claimed on waivers by the Reds later that month.
And without an at-bat.
No at-bats. He was like the Mets' 2022 version of Blue Light Graham. Well, he got Senzel at first with pretty good speed. 3-2 to Reynolds with the number 9 hitter Papierski on deck. Nobody out. He's running, and the pitch is low, ball 4, and the Reds have 2 men on. So Hunter got a hit on Reynolds, but lost him to a walk, and now he's got himself in a situation. And now, Buck is going to go to the mound. He can't make a pitching change here because Hunter's only faced 2 batters, and there's nobody up in the pen. This is strictly a strategy conference with the number 9 hitter coming up, and the Mets anticipating the bunt.
And now, very likely, there will be a bunt. India, even though he's been struggling, is the guy that they probably rather have up with men on second and third. Figure he can put the ball in play, get a run home. But not very strategic with his defenses. His team in spring training worked more on cutoff swing bases, bunt defenses, and things that you don't see traditionally used all that much anymore. So you never know what Buck's got up his sleeve.
All right, so J.R. House, the third base coach, just came all the way down to home plate to talk to Papirski, and now Papirski goes back to the dugout to get more counseling from there. So by now he should know what's expected of him.
I think he should. And I think if you're a Mets fan, you'd say there's something going on here. I think he might be looking at one.
You know, the Mets are looking for that. Papirski has fouled out and struck out. Playing in his 3rd different organization this year. Started out with the Astros, traded to the Giants, claimed on waivers by the Reds, and he is squaring, and he lays down a bunt, and Escobar picks it up late and gets the out at first. He was hoping maybe it would curl foul, and then realized it wasn't going to. So Papirski with a perfect bunt. It's 5-4 on the sacrifice to put runners in second and third.
Yeah, that was actually perfectly executed. He squared around, wasn't trying to punt for a base hit, got himself out in front of home plate, dropped that ball, gets around, his hands above the ball, and Escobar did hope that maybe it was going to go foul, couldn't wait any longer, and threw him out.
So now the Mets bring their infield in. Scoreless game in the 8th, second and third, 1 out. And Jonathan India, the batter. India's 0 for 3 in this game, 0 for 6 in the series so far. Big spot for Tommy Hunter. And India pops it up. Alonso calling for it. 2 outs. King's side is down for Tommy Hunter as he throws 1 pitch against India to pop up. And now they're at 2 away.
Now that was an interesting spot. I mean, India's really been struggling. You don't want to take the bat out of his hands, but that would have been an interesting spot to see Votto in that particular point. You think if they put him on with Drury, who's their best hitter coming up, we'll go ahead and pitch to Votto, who was very good at finding a way to get that run home, or at least finding his way to first base.
You got Drury at the plate, Pham on deck, first base open, but they're going to pitch to Drury in this spot. Second and third and 2 out, the infield drops back. And Drury takes a fastball that just missed, ball 1. Hunter does not have to throw strikes in this spot.
I think he'd be wise to work around Drury. Drury especially has that good opposite field.
Fastball off the plate is 2-0.
He's also very good in RBI situations, as the Mets saw last year.
On the other hand, Pham, who's on deck, is 2 for 2 in his career against Hunter. Sends up as the lead run third. Reynolds at second with 2 down. No score, bottom of the 8th. Hunter behind Drury, 2-0. And he gets strikeout at the knees, 2-1. First straight fastballs all the way. Drury hit an opposite field home run in the game yesterday. A 3-run shot against Taiwan Walker. That was all Taiwan gave up in his 6th inning. 2-1 coming. And he fouls back to Cutter, and it's 2-2. Hunter trying to fight his way through trouble in the 8th. Given a larger piece of responsibility by Buck Showalter, and trying to make it work.
2 strikes, Drury will expand the strikes and give it the chase. Max got him to do, even on the pop-up.
2-2 coming. He flies it to shallow right. Out goes McNeil. In comes Marte. Marte makes the catch, side retired. Tommy Hunter into and out of trouble in the bottom of the 8th inning to keep this game scoreless. On the 9th.
I think
Ed?
ASAP, FYI.
Okay. HB Gordon. HBTY.
Oh, look at this GIF. It's GIF. SWW.
ROTFL.
You see my IM?
TLDR.
What?
Too long. Didn't read.
Okay.
We don't need any more acronyms, but we could all use more ways to save.
PNX, YOLO!
Switch to Geico for more ways to save.
That's me.
Dear gas prices. Toyota. Ashcraft. 6 o'clock the coverage, 6:40 first pitch tomorrow night on SNY. Well, we've got a scoreless game going to the ninth. And Hunter Strickland, who pitched a little bit for the Mets 2 years ago, come on to pitch for the Reds.
As you said, he has been acting as their closer this season. He's got 4 saves and 5 opportunities.
The one he blew was on Sunday when he gave up 2 home runs against the Braves, a game that the Reds eventually would pull out. Jeff McNeil, J.D. Davis, James McCann, the 3 scheduled hitters against Strickland at the top of the ninth. That's no runs, 6 hits. The Reds no runs, 3 hits. McNeil takes a fastball for a strike with Strickland. McNeil had a base hit to left field in the second, walked in the fourth, flied out to end the sixth. There has not been an extra base hit in this game. 9 singles is all. This ballpark opened in 2003, so it's the 20th year they've played at Great American Ballpark. In those 20 seasons, there have been only 5 games where there has not been an extra base hit. The last time it happened was 2016, Reds against the Brewers. So 6 years since it became in this ballpark that has not featured an extra base hit.
You wonder if some of those were affected by weather or something, because this has been a day that balls should fly. It's very warm, but it's good pitching, but there's also been lack of offense.
0-2 to McNeil. And Strickland throws, and it's down the left field line. Pham going back toward the corner, and he makes the catch. Nice play, Tommy Pham. McNeil making the bid for an extra base hit. But Pham making a terrific running catch for a first down.
He had it played shaded towards the line, but got a great jump on this ball, got it down. I actually thought Jeff was going to give first extra base hit, and then Pham up to the task. We had to hold on with 2 hands, but got there.
So 1 out now. Dom Smith is going to bat for J.D. Davis. Davis had a rough day. 2 strikeouts and a foul pop-up. Dom coming off the big night last night. He had a 2-run double. And he's now 7 for 21 since returning from the minor leagues. So that's hoping to catch a little lightning in the bottle for Dom, who has not hit a home run since last July in this ballpark.
I would say that makes it 2.
Time to end the home run drought. Back where it started. Marcus has it. It's the finish. Strickland 2 out. Diaz and Lugo both under the Mets bullpen. It depends on whether they score or not here at the top of the ninth as to who gets the bottom of the ninth. We've got the 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up for Cincinnati. Pham, Naquin, and Solano. And remember, you still have Joey Votto moving in the dugout as well. So now James McCann with 2 out and nobody on. What a night of offensive futility on both sides. I mean, starters were really good. I mean, Scherzer was great. Lodolo was really good. There have not been a lot of great defensive plays in this game.
Been a lot of strikeouts. There have been a lot of fly balls for outs, but not a lot of opportunities even missed.
That's really that catch by Pham a moment ago. That's better than I am. Strickland last year pitched for Tampa Bay, the Angels, the Brewers, now landing in Cincinnati. Throws a good slider to get ahead on McCann 0-2. Hunter's up to 18.
We got a few to go. It's a few hits. Yes. That was early in my
Watching to see what transpires. 0-2 to McCann. He lays off the slider. And 2. McCann 0 for 3 tonight, 2 for 19 since coming back off the injured list. He's been used one big swing from him right now. He takes it outside of the fastball from Strickland 2-2. It's been a hot night. Catching 8 innings, all they ask you to do is go up and hit a bomb.
You don't want to catch anymore. You don't want to get paid for overtime on nights like this. Help yourself.
2-2 coming. And he pops it up in the shallow left center. Pham coming on. That's a retired 1-2-3 at the top of the ninth. Diaz or Lugo at the bottom of the ninth trying to send it to the set. Nine starting pitchers both returned from the injured list, and both were terrific. Scherzer was beyond terrific. He was brilliant. 6 innings, 2 hits, 11 strikeouts. Lodolo, his fourth big league start, he was awfully good as well. Now going to the bottom of the ninth in a scoreless game. It's only the 10th time in the history of this ballpark there's been a scoreless game through 8. There's Seth Lugo got the save last night. And now he's back to try and preserve the tie tonight in the ninth. Tommy Pham has gone 0 for 3, grounded out, popped up, struck out. First pitch curveball goes over his head. Well, that's not what was intended. Pham winds up taking a seat.
Anytime the fans see ball go over somebody's head, they think, it's not. That was definitely not intentional. But it goes back to the question of Ottavino. It's unusual to see set in this particular spot.
That curveball swung and missed, so he better feel for that. It's 1-1. They have 2 for 5 in his career against Lugo. 11 runs this year. Dangerous hitter. Extra innings. With a man at second base.
Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to have to wait until the extra innings to see a runner start at second base, but here we are.
Now you got Naquin, the left-hand batter. You've got Solano and Moustakas behind him. First base is open, so how are you going to play this? Do you walk him? Yep, that's exactly what Buck's going to do. He's going to walk Naquin. The intentional walk puts 2 men on and sets up the double play possibility with Solano. Hit the ball around his last time up. Calling out the bunt defense. And Cam relaying it to the infield. Solano's 1 for 3 in the base of the back in the second. Struck out in the fourth, grounded out in the seventh. Infield's a little confused, so they call for a meeting at the mound to talk over what they do if Solano tries to lay one down.
It's a pretty good chance that he may try to lay one down here, get to the same situation they were able to get to last time. He was getting down a nice sack spot.
And then what would happen from there? We want to walk the Moustakas. Bring up Senzel, who's a better hitter right now, with a right-handed.
Exactly. I think he's a better hitter right now, but as a right-hander, the guy that they might be able to get to a decent ground ball, I think he walks Moustakas.
First it's Solano with the Mets pitch in the corners, but Piersky had the sacrifice bunt in the 8th inning. Solano is a pretty good hitter, although he's not played much this year because of a hamstring injury. He's only had 37 at-bats. And Lugo turns and units at the back. The family's not far off.
And I think that's a play that was designed for Seth to see if he could get a read from Solano as to whether or not he was going to square right there just by having some motion. I'll see it from home.
Also, if you're going to run the wheel play, Lindor moves toward third. sometimes that runner will follow him, and you give the pick off. So no hits for bunt on the first pitch. It's a slider outside. Ball one to Solano. Now the corners both move back. Them at second, Naquin at first. Nobody out last of the night. And another slider off the plate. Now Lugo digging the hole a little bit deeper. It's 2-0 to Solano.
The Boxers had an interesting choice to make with Seth Lugo this year because he's been better going back-to-back innings than he has back-to-back days. Pitched last night, got the save. Obviously doesn't have Ottavino to go to for whatever reason and has to go back to Seth tonight.
And Solano takes it down. Ball three. Moustakas on deck. Lugo trying to figure it out. Left the lead-off double by Pham. Now in danger of loading the bases. 3-0 to Solano. And there's a strike. Solano thought it was ball four, but Alex McKay says no. Solano's had one career at bat against Lugo, 0 for 1. Them a very short lead at second as McNeil holds him tight there. 3-1 coming. And Solano fouls back the fastball, and now it's 3-2. Lugo's fastball's a little short tonight. Reds just had themselves a walk-off win on Sunday. It was their first walk-off win of the season. And now looking for the second in 3 days. 3-2 now to Donovan Solano. And the curveball foul back. To that hittable spot. But Solano fouled it. Go for 14 pitches to 4 batters last night. A big pitch to make here. 3-2 with nobody out. And Solano takes it low, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. And Mike Moustakas coming up with a chance to win it. Jeremy Hefner will go out to talk to Lugo, who gave up a double to Pham. They intentionally walked Naquin, but Lugo walks Solano to fill the bases. They're going to have to bring their infield in. They're going to have to bring their outfield in. Big Kirby pushing into the outfielders and telling them to move in only as deep as they can throw. Which in the case of Marte in right field is a little deeper than the other two. So here's Moustakas, who's 0 for 2 and a hit by pitch. Bases loaded, nobody out. And first pitch curveball misses for ball 1. So Lugo just not sharp with any of his pitches in the 9th inning tonight. Pham the winning run at third and nobody out. And Moustakas fouls it back. They're looking fastball from Lugo, 1-1. Moustakas trying to get that winning run home from third any way he can. It's getting a little more shallow in the outfield. They have pretty good speed at third. Curveball up and away. He still has not been able to throw that curveball where he wants to. 2-1. First pitch he threw was a curveball that went over the head of Tommy. It really has not blocked him from there for Seth. 2-1 down to Moustakas. And the curveball drilled to center field. That's going to win it for the Reds. Ball makes the catch. Pham will walk on in with the winning run. And Cincinnati wins it 1-0. success. The Mets lacked any kind of offense. With 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position, and the Mets get shut out for the 4th time this year as the Reds win at 1-0.
Watch this. Even after this ended, he was thinking that maybe he left early and he was asking to have them check, but clearly right there he waited. There was no reason for him to try to get a good job. They were going to get it home no matter what.
So no Ottavino, no Diaz, and Seth Lugo pitching a second straight day winds up taking the loss. The sacrifice fly by Mike Moustakas in the bottom of the ninth to include some of the great fielding that the Mets had from the return of Scherzer, who was brilliant. 6 innings, scoreless ball with 11 strikeouts in his return from the Mets. We're picking up the series with a 1-0 win, setting up a rubber game tomorrow night. We'll come back with more from Cincinnati in just a moment.
If what's coming between you and a new grill of the words "some assembly required," come to Ace, because Ace now offers free assembly and delivery. So get a treat. All flavors of new brands and series of materials, all in your favorite Ace. Around the block, with a convenient stop of people of their grills. Right now, get free assembly